Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, at the start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of Indonesia. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend our warm welcome to the heads of the University of Mataram and our eminent speakers for today's International Symposium personally. The Honorable Rector of the University of Mataram, in this case, is being represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Bapak Agustin, SA MBA DPA, Honorable Heads of Bureau, Deans of Faculty, Director of Postgraduate Studies, Head of Study Programs, Head of Institutions, and Lecturers, University of Mataram. Honorable, the Head of Indonesian Wood Research Society, Professor Dr. Insinyur Fauzi Febrianto MS, Honorable, the Chairperson of the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society 2021, Dr. Hairil Anwar Eswood MP, Honorable all keynote speakers, Dr. Agus Justianto, Director General Forestry and Environment Research, Associate Professor Dr. David Auti from Arizona University, Professor Dr. Rio Fionada, President of the Japan Wood Research Society, Professor Jagateswaran Ratnasingam from University of Putra, Malaysia, Professor Zeng Weiguan, PhD, Executive Director of Advanced Materials Research Center, Dr. Wen Xiao Chang from the University of Sheffield, and all distinguished guests, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to welcome you all on the 13th Virtual International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society 2021, hosted by the University of Mataram, Lombok, Indonesia, on Thursday, September 2nd, 2021. It's such an honor for me to welcome you all this morning, and I hope you enjoyed your breakfast, and thank you for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid increase in population has resulted in the loss of forest land and has had a significant negative influence on the ecosystem. It appears that there's not much we can do to resolve the situation. Additionally, now our government has been burdened by the high cost of combating COVID-19 as the global pandemic, resulting in a fraction of the budget being allocated to other sectors, including forest management sectors. This issue has become a driving force behind the organization of today's International Symposium to highlight innovative approaches to forestry contemporary challenges. Today's International Symposium of IWoRS brings together all academics, researchers, practitioners, lecturers who are responsible for delivering inclusive strategy development for sustainable forestry management through social protection and economic recovery during and after COVID-19. This also stands for our theme for today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you a brief rundown of the agenda for today's event. There will be two main agendas. The first one will be the plenary session, and our 6 keynote speakers are enthusiastically ready to present their expertise in the session. Following the plenary session, there will be a parallel session in which all participants will have the opportunity to have a more in-depth discussion of their preferred topics. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as start of our opening ceremony, let us pray together. Praying begin. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to speech segment. For the first speech, we are pleased to invite the head of Indonesian Wood Research Society to deliver welcome speech for this opening. To Professor Dr. Insinyur Fauzi Febrianto, MS, please take your time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I'm Fauzi Febrianto. I'm a lecturer of Department of Forest Products, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. Now, I'm the president of Indonesian Wood Researchers Society. It is my great pleasure to meet distinguished scientists, administrators, students, and all the participants in this annual meeting of the Indonesian Wood Researchers Society. This is the 13th annual meeting since this society was declared. The host of this annual meeting this year is Mataram University, Nusa Tenggara Barat. Thank you very much to a rector of Mataram University for your support to this symposium so far. Thank you very much also to all steering committee, to all organizing committee headed by Dr. Hairil Anwar for your hard work for preparing this international symposium. The theme of the international symposium this time is Inclusive Strategy Development for Sustainable Forestry Management through Social Protection and Economic Recovery during and after COVID-19. Thank you to all keynote speakers from various countries and various institutions. Dr. Agus Yustianto, Associate Professor David Auti, Profesor Rio Punada, Profesor Jegateswaran Ratnasinggam, Professor Zhong Wei Guan, and Dr. Wen Sao Chang for your contributors and support for this international symposium. Participants of this international symposium is 105 participants, and 64 participants will present as an oral presentation. from various countries, namely Germany, China, Australia, France, Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, and of course Indonesia. This time International Symposium is still very special because it is held virtually during COVID-19 pandemic. It is same with last year International Symposium held in Bogor. Hopefully, this pandemic soon will be ended and we can do contact conference or symposium and annual meeting again. I believe that this conference will provide for discussion and exchange the information of the development of wood science and technology field. This information will be beneficial for wood scientists, students, and other participants. I wish we are all always in good health and free from COVID-19. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you to Professor Fauzi Febrianto for the wonderful speech this morning. Following the first speech, we humbly present the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, University of Mataram, Bapak Agustin S.A. MBA DBA, to deliver welcome remarks and also to lead the official opening for the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Agustin.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To all distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Agus Sustianto, Director General of Forestry and Environment Research, Associate Professor Dr. David Auti from Northern Arizona University, Professor Dr. Rio Funada, President of Japan Wood Research Society, Professor Jagateswaran Ratnasingam from University Putra, Malaysia, Professor Zhongwei Guan, PhD, Executive Director of Advanced Material Research Center, and Dr. Wen Zhao Chang from the University of Sheffield. All participants of this symposium, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. On behalf of the University of Mataram, I'm Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. Say that a great pleasure and honor for me to deliver this welcoming remark at the opening ceremony of the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society with the theme Inclusive Strategy Development for Sustainable Forestry Management through Social Protection and Economic Recovery during and after COVID-19 pandemic. This symposium has become a scientific tradition of Indonesian scientists, especially in the field of wood science and technology, to publish their research results in a reputable international and national journals. The scientific meeting and the publication of journal are part of the efforts of all Mapeki members to make a significant contribution and as an effort to improve Indonesia's reputation in the development of science and technology related to the field of wood and forest product processing. Dissemination of research results through the events is also expected to accelerate the process of adopting technological innovation from researchers so that the result can be applied to industry in our country. Synergy from stakeholders, researchers, government, and businesses is highly expected so that technological innovation in resource management is more efficient in order to obtain maximum added value for the prosperity and progress of our nations. It is also In accordance with the vision and mission of University of Mataram, become a world-class research university, this international symposium, one among many efforts to make this vision and mission come true. As the largest university in the province, with more than 30,000 students, more than 1,100 lecturers, consisting of 10 faculties and 63 study programs, the University of Mataram has always been at the forefront of contributing to efforts to improve the quality of life of our people and to protect our environment. On behalf of the University of Mataram, I would like to say thank you and great appreciation to all keynote and invited speakers, participants, and all committee members of this symposium. And I hope this symposium can produce journals and proceedings that will be published in reputable national and international journals, as well as recommendations related to efforts to overcome and find solutions to the problem faced by our government and communities of developing countries such as Indonesia. Finally, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian World Research Society. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Agustin SA MBA DBA, for the wonderful speech on this opening ceremony. And now, the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian World Research Society 2021 is officially started. Before we proceed, we will hold a photo session, and to all keynote speakers, distinguished guests and participants, make sure and please kindly switch your camera on because the operator will take some pictures of us together. And please smile your brightest during this session. I will do a countdown from 3. Everyone, please be ready. 3, 2, 1. Some more, please. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Moving forward, I'm honored to invite our moderator to lead the first plenary and discussion session, Bapak Insinyur Ali Awaludin, ST, Master of Engineering, PhD. He is an academician, researcher, lecturer, and speaker from Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta. He is also part of International Association for Bridge and Structural Engineering and International Federation for Structural Concrete, and his expertises are in the area of timber engineering, sustainable building materials, environmental vibration, and cluster structure. He earned his bachelor's degree from Civil Engineering Study Program, Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, master's degree from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and doctoral degree from Hokkaido University, Japan. He has also authored numerous index publications as part of his professionalism to contribute to the development of knowledge in his discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Bapak Ali Awaludin, PhD.
Okay, thank you so much. My voice is clearly enough for you? Just checking.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. And probably from keynote speaker from US, maybe it's like evening, or maybe people from other regions. Hope to see you here and joining for the IWoRS International Symposium of Indonesian World Society. So thank you so much for introducing my name. I'm Associate Professor from Civil and Environmental Engineering Department of Gadjah Mada University. Today, I'm going to chair the keynote sessions, which composed of 6 speakers, but of course, I will share my role with Professor Buan Ansori from University of Mataram. So today, we will going to have a three excellent published speakers. Probably the committee can help me in solving the CV of these speakers. So I would like to introduce one by one. So today, first keynote speaker is Dr. Agus Justianto. He is working now in Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. He completed his PhD in Agriculture, Economic and Global Agriculture University in 2005. I think he has many careers. We can say some of them. He is working on Director General Forestry and Environmental Research, Development of Innovation Agency, Senior Advisor to the Ministry of Natural Resource Economic Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And he also working as Director General of the Climate Change. So I think he has so much knowing experience on the policymakers. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Agus Justianto. I heard from the committee that he cannot attend for this morning session. So probably the committee will play his video, or maybe we can enjoy his presentation through his video. So without further ado, please welcome to the video of Dr. Agus Justianto.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. The Honorable Dean of Agriculture Faculty of Mataram University, President of the Japan Wood Research Society, keynote speakers from the University of Northern Arizona, the University of Putra, Malaysia, the University of Liverpool, and the University of Sheffield, honorable invited speakers, distinguished lecturers, professors, scientists, forestry practitioners, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here at the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society, online from Jakarta. First of all, please allow me, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia, to extend our sincere appreciation to the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Mataram, for hosting and organizing this conference. Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker for this important conference. I would like to present my speech regarding COVID-19 pandemic and forestry sectors, its challenge and opportunities for better resilience in Indonesia. Firstly, I will overview the current condition of Indonesian forests. Secondly, I will talk about the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on forestry, then challenges and opportunities for better resilience, and finally, the strategies and action. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia covers a large area of tropical forests with various ecosystems, from mountain to lowland ecosystems and from dryland to wetland. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic nation with 100.5 million hectares, or about 64% of its total area, designated as the national forest areas. Indonesia's forest areas are categorized into three categories. That is production forest, consisting of permanent production forest and convertible production forest, and then protection forest and conservation forest. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has an extremely high level of biodiversity, and it is greater than any other country in the world except Brazil and Colombia. As stated in the Indonesia Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, 2015 to 2020, Indonesia biodiversity includes 723 species of reptile, 385 species of amphibian, 720 mammal species, 1,248 freshwater fish species, 197,964 invertebrate species, and more than 5,000 arthropod species, and more than 150,000 insect species. In terms of plant life, there are around 91,000 species of spore-based plants that produce seeds, 120 species of vascular plants that produce exposed seeds or gymnosperms, and an estimated 30,000 to 40,000 species of flowering plants or angiosperms, of which only 19,112 species have been identified so far. With Indonesia's high level of biodiversity, appropriate management is required to ensure that all community elements benefit from these resources. The Indonesia government's goals is to ensure that the conservation areas and biodiversity are managed, protected, and utilized sustainably to increase all elements' economic and social welfare and maintain the quality of human life, including public health. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in general, Indonesia's National Medium-Term Development Plan for 2020 to 2024 aims to achieve a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Indonesia that reaches middle-high income status. Indonesia's RPJMN has 7 development agendas as priorities. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry is directly involved at least 4 national priorities, that is, strengthening economic resilience for quality and equitable growth, that is national priority 1, developing regions to reduce inequality and to ensure equal distribution of wealth, national priority 2, improving the quality and competitiveness of human resources, national priority 3, environmental development and enhancing the resilience of unforeseen disasters and climate change, national priority 6. There are 3 main indicators of forestry development achievement stated in the RPJMN 2020 to 2024 includes establishing and protecting 65 million hectares of national protected areas with high biodiversity, high carbon stocks, and carrying capacity and environmental capacity. Overcoming the use of forest areas by the community by providing access on all access for the community of 10 million hectares and meeting the minimum national wood production supply of 60 million cubic meters per year. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in the RPJMN, it was mentioned that there are 4 issues to be mainstream in the development of forestry, includes the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, gender, the development of social and cultural capital, and digital transformation. Both environment and forestry play important roles in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, including 17 goals and 118 targets. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we may all know that starting at the beginning of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit all aspects of life in this country, including the forestry sector. The disease is believed to have originated from animal to human transmission, and now it spread from human to human. It has been causing about 4.48 million deaths globally in August 2021. The pandemic has resulted in several global socio-economic disruption, including the largest global recession. However, the Indonesian government is still confident that Indonesia can continue to progress towards sustainable forest management within long-term vision of sustainable development by prioritizing activities and maintaining consistency with corrective measures. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, since the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world, the business and economic sectors have been hit hard by policies that restrict the movement of people and goods, including trade sectors. In Indonesia, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the national economic growth in the fourth quarter of 2020 by experiencing a contraction of minus 0.42%. Since quarter 2 of 2021, the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors have provided positive national economic growth of 2.59%. In quarter 2 of 2021, the national economic growth rate increased by 3.31% compared to quarter 2 of 2020, quarter to quarter. In the forestry business sector, some aspects play significant roles in economic growth, including production of logs, processed wood production, and non-timber forest products trade. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, there are challenges and opportunities for better resilience in Indonesia. We believe, like most of the countries who have taken suppression and mitigation of the recent outbreaks of COVID-19, President Jokowi urgently calls the cabinet to formulate the strategy and operating plan to address the COVID-19 pandemic, to control the spread of the pandemic, to manage the socio-economic recovery for the community in particular, and to prevent stagnant production. Under the presidential decree supported by the Parliament through Law Number 2, the year of 2020, Indonesia sets the priority to control the COVID-19 pandemic and to cope with its implication in the economic downturn, covering the domains of health, to support the infrastructure facilities system and support the medical officers, and then social safety agenda for food, subsidy for household on electricity and labor-intensive works, production support for smallholders and small-scale enterprises on financial capital, tax rate reduction, and government incentive for private corporation, particularly on taxes. Moreover, the forest also has an important role in supporting effort to address the COVID-19 pandemic, such as maintaining the gross national product, relieving distress in the community. For instance, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry introduced forest healing within the COVID-19 protocol and on ecotourism for limited access to our national parks, and in maintaining the welfare of wildlife by supplying feed, while the Indonesian government also enhances forest protection by intensive patrol involving the local community to prevent forest encroachment. Regarding the ecotourism, forestry sector could lead, manage, and direct the development of the tourism industry, such as in Indonesia. Most of our tourism industry priority destinations are within the national parks and forests, such as the National Park of Komodo, Bromo Tengger Semeru, Wakatobi, Kepulauan Seribu, etc. Indonesia has 554 nature conservation spots covering 27.14 million hectares, many of which are favorite destinations for tourists. In the early emergence of the COVID-19, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry decided to close all access anticipating possible encroachment, monitor the wildlife, and avoid the possibility of zoonosis. At the same time, we enhance control by patrol, wildlife feeding, supply, and forest rehabilitation. After 5 to 6 months of enduring the pandemic-related restriction, we observe the need for scenic beauty and leisure time for the communities to relieve stress. Starting from the end of June 2020, the government allowed access to the tourist conservation area, limited mainly for healing purpose. We applied stringent restriction with visitor quota and specific protocol prevention for the COVID-19. From the end of June to September 2020, the conservation areas open for forest healing are 61 spots with nearly 700,000 visitors. We do have daily monitoring to control and observe the dynamic situation on the ground to decide whether we could continue with such forest healing as tourism activities. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, strategies and action have been taken by the Indonesian government to anticipate the further effect of the pandemic, includes maintains the stability of the forestry sector by ensuring the operation of forestry businesses through, among others, relaxing some procedures, delaying loan repayments, extending grace period, optimizing state budgets, and prioritizing labor-intensive activities in forest rehabilitation. As a result, in the first quarter, the forestry sector was growing positively. Although it is still not reaching significant positive growth, the trend shows an increase, and hopefully it will be positive growth. Regarding the sustainability of timber trade, the Indonesian government is consistent to maintaining timber legality assurance system, or SPLK, that has been internationally recognized and focused on facilitating SMEs to comply with the system, especially in this difficult time. The forest rehabilitation program has managed to deploy labor absorption of 20 million man days for the communities surrounding the forest areas. In social forestry, the Indonesian government supports two community groups activities to rehabilitate the forest for their activities. Farmers obtain wages for daily work, such as preparing, settling, and planting. The government also supports the social forestry group in their business operation, such as marketing herbals. Currently, the Indonesian government has succeeded in granting 6,673 units of social forestry licenses, covering more than 870,746 farmers' households since 2019, in which 3,353, or around 50% farmer groups, have produced coffee, around 433, and honeybee, 207, agroforestry, 1,692, food crops, 402, and ecotourism, 619. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry also intensively supports social forestry programs by introducing early e-learning to forest farmers. The ministry provides incentives that will be given to farmer groups if they adopt that e-learning process in their business work plan by selecting clusters of forest and food communities. Finally, we need to discover and share among ourselves the interconnectedness in our operation, find out the hidden patterns that connect human activities to the larger flow of nature, understand our true impact on nature, and learn how to manage and conserve it better for all people well-being. Therefore, allow me to take this opportunity to recognize all the resource persons who will make useful contribution to the discussion. I see them coming from various institutional backgrounds, working for better resilience in the forestry sector and ensuring that the COVID-19 pandemic does not have a fatal impact on forestry sector. Finally, I would like to close my speech by hoping that the 13th International Symposium on Indonesia Wood Research will provide many opportunities to share and formulate new ideas for better resilience in the forestry sector. Congratulations, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion. I thank you very much. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bapak Dr. Agustus Tianto, for comprehensive presentation showing to us how the huge impact of COVID-19 to our forestry business sectors. But I found from your presentation that this COVID-19 pandemic gives us new lesson how we should manage or change the business on forestry sectors, which you showed me some many more digital learning, and also there are sometimes within this pandemic period that our forest sector resources could be released from distress and so on. This is quite interesting, our information. Thank you so much, Bapak Agus. Hopefully you can still join with us until two more keynote speaker, then we should have a question and answer. Bapak Agus, is it okay for you? Okay, then thank you so much. Let's a big applause to Bapak Dr. Agus Setiawan. I think some people can also use the emoticon account for giving the applause. So let's move on to the second keynote speaker, which will be Professor David Auti from Northern Arizona University. Hello, Professor David Auti, are you here?
All right. Sorry, Pak Ali Awaludin, for
Yes,
the interruption.
Yes.
Yes, there are some notes that we need to announce. The first one.
Please.
Yes. And the first one, as a quick reminder to all participants, please kindly fill out the presence link that has been placed in the chat session. Once again, we would like to remind all participants to kindly fill out the presence link that has been placed in the chat session. And next, due to the unreadiness of one of our keynote speakers, or in this case, is Professor David Auti, and we would like to switch position for the next presentation, Pak Ali. So we would kindly request Pak Ali Awaludin as the moderator for the first plenary session for the to help or to assist for the switching presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for committee.
Yes. And the next presentation would be Professor Jegateswaran Ratnasingam from Putra Malaysia, University of Putra Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the information from the committee. So let me give some idea about the next keynote speakers. So I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Jegateswaran Ratnasingam. He is coming from Department of Natural Resources Industry, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University of Putra, Malaysia. He completed his PhD from Furniture Engineering, Brunei University, United Kingdom. And now he is like his current, I have some of them, so I will read one by one. Academic of Faculty of Forestry, UPM since 1998. Fellow of the Institute of Wood Science, United Kingdom. Alternate Regional Director of the Forest Product Research Society. And he also advisor to the Confederation of Asian Furniture Association. So without further ado, would like to welcome Professor Jegateswaran for his keynote speech. Would be around 30 minutes. Please, Professor, welcome. Time is yours now.
Good morning, and thank you, Bapak Ali Awaludin. Will there be someone be projecting my slides, or?
Okay, would like to committee help Professor Jegateswaran to show the slides presentation. So please, committee help. Okay, while waiting, how are you, Professor?
Yes.
Today,
Okay.
it's quite early in Malaysia.
No, it is 20 minutes past 9 in the morning. Yes, yes.
Okay, nice
Okay.
time. For
Nice time,
presentation.
nice time. Yes, 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 yes.
Please proceed with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and my work on Industry 4.0 in the wood industry. And the title of my talk this morning is Industry 4.0 in the wood industry, its status, application, and needs. Next, please. Okay, the outline of my presentation will be the background, the state of affairs in the wood industry, the result of a regional study. I will also discuss some challenges and the way forward, and a new curriculum for a Master of Science degree in Industry 4.0, EU and Malaysia initiative, and finally I will wrap up my presentation with the conclusions. Next, please. The evolution of industrial development throughout the world goes back to the early 1700s, when we had the Industry 1.0, where mechanization came about, and we were looking at water mills, coal-fired steam turbines, and so forth. Now, Industry 2.0 came about with the concept of mass production, assembly line, and the discovery of electricity. From the 1970s to up to the year 2010, there was computers, automation, business softwares, and so forth. And Industry 4.0 actually came about beyond 2011 with the cyber physical systems, the digital analytics, and so forth. Next, please. Industrial transformation is driven by innovation and technologies that lead to work becoming increasingly productive while minimizing the need for human intervention. Most of these innovations and technologies originate from the developed world, while the developing countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia, and many more around the world, are usually consuming countries. So, in a way, when it comes to technology assimilation, we as the consumer countries can be termed as being the black box where we absorb these technologies. Next, please. The fourth industrial revolution. Now, as a concept, we have had the development of fourth industrial revolution simultaneously taking part in many countries at about the same time. So we have the smart manufacturing in the US at around 2011. We had the Industry 4.0 in Germany in 2011, Industry for the Future in France in 2013, the Future of Manufacturing in the UK in 2013, the Factories of the Future, a concept that was put forward by the European Commission in 2014. We had the Super Smart Society in Japan 2015, Innovation in Manufacturing 3.0 in South Korea in 2014, and of course, Internet Plus that came about in China in 2015. Essentially, what it means is that the whole concept of the fourth industrial revolution actually picked up steam right across the world. Next, please. Now, state of affairs in the wood industry. Now, when we dwell on the topic of Industry 4.0, now 3 main factors come into our minds. Number 1, it is automation. Number 2, it is technology application. And number 3, it is using computers to link between machines and men. Now, when it comes to the wood product industry, the fact is many of the companies operating within the wood product industry are classified as small and medium enterprises. Now, because they are small and medium enterprises, the challenges of these are automation and technology application is limited in the small and medium enterprises for 4 distinct reasons. Number 1, there is always the high investment cost involved. Number 2, wood being a variable material means you need to limit the variability if you are going to apply automation at the highest level. And when it comes to the products that are manufactured in the wood industry, it is also a very diversified product. And finally, it is a consumer-driven market. So these are the prevailing challenges that is actually faced by small and medium enterprises in the wood industry throughout the world. Next, please. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, we have the issue of how do we cope with the variability in wood products. Now, because wood products tend to be very variable in nature because it is a natural product, which means that there is a general shift towards using product which has got uniform sort of uniformity in quality. And as a result, we are finding that more and more automation and technology application is being used in the subsectors of the wood product, which actually uses panel product, which is less variable than solid wood products. Next, please. I think it's always good to look at the natural structure of wood, as wood is a complex material, and as a result, this variability plays a very important role to how much automation and technology can be applied. Next, please. Unlike metalworking, woodworking has 3 unique characteristics. Number 1, it is a variable material, hence its inconsistency in quality. 2, wood is an insulator of heat. And 3, the cutting speeds used are markedly higher. So these points will have to be considered when every time we are trying to explore the application of automation or technology in the wood industry. Next, please. Now, the results from the regional study. A study was conducted by my team at UPM, and it involved 4,315 respondents from value-added wood product industry in Southeast Asia. They were basically from the furniture industry, the molding and joinery industries, as well as the panel product industries. The countries involved were Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, and the Philippines. The study was funded by the ASEAN Secretariat in collaboration with the European Federation of Woodworking Machinery Manufacturers. Next, please. The results from the study: the wood panel-based and metal-based manufacturing industries have and shall continue to record the highest application of technology and automation in the wood industry. The traditional wood and leather-based industries are laggard and shall continue to depend on skilled workforce. The type of products manufactured is a major factor that affects this scenario in the wood industry. This is very, very important finding, because it basically shows that in trying to promote Industry 4.0, some sectors within the wood industry will be more receptive to the concept, while others will not be so. Having said that, what it actually means is that for policymakers, you have to evaluate what is workable and what is not workable. And particularly when it comes to SMEs, if incentivizing the concept is not pursued, then it is difficult to get very strong participation from the SMEs to be involved in Industry 4.0. Further, the study also revealed that as it stands, the most of the companies that are already involved or applying automation and technology are usually the larger sized manufacturers, which means whatever new concepts or whatever initiatives that is going to be laid down, that will have to focus on the small and medium enterprises as opposed to the larger companies who are already very receptive and who are already applying these technologies as it is. Next, please. Okay, what are the challenges? The concept of Industry 4.0 is knocking on the doorsteps of the wood industry. The challenges faced by the wood products manufacturers in adopting the concept are as shown in the diagram. So we have an aging society. There is also a lack of skilled workforce. The market is very volatile. We have a very dynamic value chain. What is actually required is shorter product life cycles. There is also a need to increase product variability. And of course, the resource efficient and clean urban production and batch size of one, mass customization or low volume, high mixture factories. In order to facilitate the greater adoption of technology and automation in the wood industry, a concerted policy framework is important. In many countries, the challenge, apart from getting the companies to invest, the other major issue is to obtain the right skilled and knowledge-based workforce. Next, please. Now, the way forward is, of course, is about linking technology and man in a smart way through smart supply chain, smart working, smart manufacturing, and smart product, which means there is a need now to expose not only the industry, but also students of wood science and technology programs to aspects such as Internet of Things, cloud computing, big analytics. Next, please. The key enabling technologies of Industry 4.0 is shown in this diagram here, but it falls into four large categories. One is the cognitive capabilities: artificial intelligence, virtual reality, simulation, cloud computing. Then we are also looking at the physical capabilities, collaborative robots, exoskeletons, actuators and control devices, teleoperated systems. Then we have the interaction capabilities, human-machine interfaces, augmented reality, mobile devices, personal intelligence assistance. And finally, we have the sensorial capabilities, health monitoring sensors, personal tracking, posture sensors, IoT sensors, and so forth. Next, please. The evidence gathered from the study revealed that the major challenges faced by the SMEs in the wood product with regard to application of Industry 4.0 are lack of financial capacity, lack of incentive to shift from manpower to technology, inadequate skill and knowledgeable workforce, and insufficient understanding and awareness of the concept. Next, please. Yeah. So in lieu and in trying to answer the challenges faced with regard to the lack of skilled workforce, a new curriculum for a Master of Science program for Industry 4.0 for wood and furniture industry is currently being developed, which is actually a program that is co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. The project has got a website, and you can always look at the website under the title Making 4.0. And the title of the project is Improving Malaysian Higher Education Knowledge Towards Wood and Furniture Industry 4.0. The project kicked off in 2018 and was supposed to end in November of this year. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we have got a further extension of another 9 months, which means the project will come to an end in August of 2022. And as you can see, we have 6 agencies in Malaysia. Apart from that, we also have partners in the EU, from Spain, from Germany, and from Poland. Next, please. About the project, this internationally funded project has the aim to develop a master's degree curriculum on Industry 4.0 for the furniture and wood industry in Malaysia. The curriculum being developed is the first of its kind in the country and will lead to strengthen collaboration between European and Malaysian universities. Next, please. Objectives. Making 4.0 aims to develop an innovative master degree to modernize the current training offer in wood and furniture technology processes and design around Industry 4.0, which means essentially this curriculum, we are making a transition from our focus in the wood science and technology has traditionally been a material science approach. But through this program, we are going to make a shift, not only from material science, but we are also seriously going to incorporate a lot of process engineering and technology courses into this program. So Making 4.0 aims to improve the sustainability of the industry in Malaysia, while at the same time strengthening the collaboration and development between the European Union and Malaysian universities. Next, please. So impacts of the project short term, it develops collaborative network between partner universities and staff. It allows benchmarking, and I think a very interesting outcome of this project has been a comparison of higher education offering of both in the European Union and in Malaysia in the field of Industry 4.0. Next, please. The long-term impacts is, of course, it's an innovative pathway to train future workers, promote cooperation between all stakeholders, to create conducive environment for intensive collaborative efforts between partner universities, and at the same time, to boost the fourth industrial revolution in the wood and furniture industry in Malaysia. Next, please. And this is basically the 6 modules that the program will offer. Module 1 will cover a few courses, processes and production of furniture. Module 2 is on intelligent and sustainable design. Module 3 is on wood and new materials. Module 4, innovation management. The 5th module is an internship where the student will have to be attached to a company, and finally they'll wrap it off with a master's thesis. Next, please. So Industry 4.0 as the saving grace. Now, why I say it is a saving grace? The wood industry in Malaysia and ASEAN in general face the following challenges. 1, it is predominated by SMEs, small and medium enterprises. Not only small, but I think we also have a very large number of micro companies involved in this industry. Secondly, it is investment staff. It is not, the industry as a whole does not involve much investment. There is a lack of data and ICT application. It is also a low wage sector. And in most cases, it is family owned management or family owned business. And finally, the growth is driven by incremental inputs, which means we use more raw material, we use more workers, we use more capital to achieve higher output, as opposed to increasing the productivity or the value addition within the industry. Next, please. So in conclusion, the adoption and acceptance of this proposed master degree in Industry 4.0 will possibly entice, encourage, support, and incentivize the industry players to move along greater automation, technology, and ICT application, which will facilitate greater awareness on the need for highly skilled workers with higher educations to fully utilize the technologies installed in the factories. Whether we make the transition quickly, that will depend on the whole furniture and wood industries in the respective countries. With that, I like to thank you for your attention, and I guess if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take it, either now or maybe at the plenary discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jagateswaran, for the nice introduction about making 4.0 curriculum for the master study program. It is, I hope it was seen the success of this program, although probably you have some extension on the duration because of the pandemic, but I see a lot of resources and knowledge and technology coming from many various countries come to this project. This is really nice work, and congratulations for their effort and achievement.
Thank you.
But the question, hopefully you can still join with us until some put next few minutes, then we can have one Q&A session for all the speakers. So please stay with us for a while. Thank you so much, and let's have a big applause for the Professor Jagateswaran. Should I applause here?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are moving for the next speaker. Hopefully Professor David Auti could join now. Okay. Probably now is the evening time in US. So I would like to say good evening to Professor David Auti, coming from Northern Arizona University. He completed his PhD on forestry, University of Aberdeen, and now he is the associate professor of wood science of Northern University, Arizona University. So, how are you, Professor David? Hello, Professor David. Can you check the voice, Professor David?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, yes, I can hear you clearly. And
I'm so
I
sorry.
think it's evening time in US, I guess.
Yeah, and it certainly is. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference. And I had it in my calendar for the 2nd of September, which is okay, but it's the 1st of September here. So,
yes, yes.
I was a little bit delayed, and then luckily I have some slides. So, and here they are.
Yes.
So,
thank you so much for making the time of the different days.
Of course, absolutely. I'm glad I got the reminder, and sometimes I forget about time zones. So, okay. So, well, thank you again for letting me speak at your symposium. It's an honor to be able to speak to you, and I'm going to be talking about innovation in wood modeling towards sustainable management of timber resources. Like I was introduced, I'm an associate professor of wood science at Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff, Arizona, in the southwest of the US. And I teach a lot of wood science and technology-based classes, but I also teach across the curriculum in silviculture and ecosystem assessment and lots of other statistics, lots of other things. So I really work on wood quality modeling, and I try to link my models with growth and yield systems so that we can make better predictions of future wood product quality from standing tree information, from normal inventory information. So I'm going to walk you through a few of the things that I do today. And yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to be able to share this with you. So this is my last slide, but I'm going to show it first. Okay. So this is my take-home summary. If you get something from this talk, hopefully it will be that modeling is difficult. It's hard to do, but it's necessary. And so that's the first thing. And we have a situation, global situation. It's not just here in the US, it's back in Canada where I used to work, in the UK, in Europe, Australasia, the tropics, everywhere. There's a big increase in demand for wood and wood fiber. Okay, and that's we're trying to meet that global demand with changes in silviculture. So for plantation grown wood, we're cutting at shorter rotations. We are planting at wider spacings so that trees grow faster. And as a result of that, we have increased wood properties variation. And as the last speaker said, and very correctly, that there's so much variation in wood, not just in the raw material, but also in the product performance as well. So, and we're inducing more variation in wood properties globally by making these changes as a result of increased demand. So what do we need? We need more accurate information because wood quality is changing and new products are being developed. We need to know the base properties so that we can inform the design values and design properties of any new products and existing products. And the last thing I will say is, I'll talk about different types of models here, is that we need to be better at integrating models. Biometricians will talk about volume and taper and all those things that biometricians talk about. Wood scientists will talk about trachea length and microfibril angle and wood density, and we need to join those two things together. Okay, so this is the word innovation. This is because it's in the title of my talk. What does it mean? It means a new idea, new method, new device, and it means the introduction of something new. So I'm going to be talking about modeling from the perspective of what can we do in the future that's different. That's from the Webster's Dictionary. Okay, so the question is, if we talk about wood quality as being totally separate from all those forest measurements we take when we go and measure a forest, dBH and height and all those things that we measure in the woods, do we really need a link between growth and yield models and wood quality models? Is that what we want? I would argue that we do. But that's the question that we keep in the backs of our minds at all times when we talk about this kind of thing. So why do we care about wood quality? As I alluded to in the closing slide that came first, there's a lot more plantation forestry now. And we're growing more and more trees, we call it here and down in the southwestern part of the USA, pines and lines, because we don't have plantation forestry here. So we joke that it's pines and lines, but it's necessary and it's becoming more and more necessary. So of course we care about wood quality because silviculture is changing. And what are the areas of concern? What does this induce, these changes in silviculture? What do they induce in the wood quality itself? I talked about more variation, faster growth, of course, and I'm talking about conifers here. It doesn't apply across the board, but with temperate conifers, for sure, plantation, wider spacing, reduced rotation age at harvest. We have faster growth, which means we have more juvenile wood, which is the wood which is of lower quality, and we also have an issue with lowering of design value thresholds, grade thresholds, which had to happen in US Southeast Southern pines because of these changes, okay? And so that the design values had to be reduced about 7-8 years ago across Southern pines, so slash pine, loblolly pine, longleaf pine. And then also we have to think about, well, what are the effects of climate change on how trees are growing, how wood is forming, and on wood quality? And so a little bit of a primer on some of the things that I look at from day to day. Here we have, I don't know if you can, hopefully you can see my cursor. Can someone say they can see my cursor? Okay, so I'll assume that you can. On the left is a diagram of a typical conifer tree, and we can see that within stem variation, within stem variation of wood properties, so some will increase. This is the center of the tree right here. This is the bark of the tree. Some properties increase and some properties decrease as we progress from pith to bark. So what that makes is this kind of zone here, separated by this line here, will be what we call juvenile wood that is formed under the influence of the live crown, and it will have generally poorer properties than the wood at the outside of the tree. And this pattern can vary between trees, between sites, between species, within the stem of a tree from the bottom to the top of the stem. And so we have inherently really variable resource out there. And no amount of systematic silviculture will take that away. There'll always be variation. So we have an inherently variable raw material that we have to make uniform properties, products from. So some of the things that increase, and I keep doing that, sorry, specific gravity, wood density, cell length will increase, cell wall thickness, etc., moisture content also. And then some of the things that decrease, microfibril angle, shrinkage, and spiral grain. And so these kind of increases and decreases interact with each other to form complex properties that are very hard to predict. So that's where we start to rely on models. And as the famous physicist Niels Bohr said, prediction is very difficult, especially when we're trying to predict the future. And it's true. So this is the tree of life from Klimt, which I like as a nice diagram and painting of the complexity of trees. Trees are not just straight stems, they have branches and they have defects and they have variation at all levels of the organism. So in our standard modeling approach, which is generally what we do in traditional wood quality modeling, we take empirical statistical models and we relate properties of interest, wood density is a good example, to stand or site level, tree level, or ring level predictors. And there are hierarchies to those predictors. For example, we can model the maximum diameter of the branches down from the top of a tree into the base of the crown, and we can fit a curve to those data and get some idea of how branch parameters will vary. And that gives us an idea. The maximum branch size is really important because the branch size relates to the size of the knots that projects onto the boards that you cut from the tree, okay? And knots cause deviations in grain stresses, which cause downgrade or lower grades of the lumber, if we're talking about solid wood products. So it's really important to know how these branches vary in size systematically down the tree. And that's also important in other types of species for appearance grade products like furniture, like the previous speaker was talking about, and lots of other, flooring and all sorts of other furniture products that need where appearance is important. So we can make models of branch size because branch size is important to the size of the knots and the defects on the sawn properties of sawn boards. What else can we do? We use growth model outputs to reconstruct a tree, the stem geometry, and then we can map the stem geometry, the wood properties models onto the stem geometry, and I'll show you examples of that in a minute. So we can look at variation within the tree of wood properties of interest. This is a wood density model from a paper I was involved with 3 years ago from Forests, the journal, NDPI journal Forests. And here we plot basic specific gravity. So this is wood density, if you like, divided by the density of water. So it's a ratio against Canbial age, which is essentially the ring number from the pith. And we did that, we fit models, nonlinear mixed effects models. And so then we can use the outputs of those models to predict at different heights in the stem, the mean values, okay, that we would expect in wood density. And wood density is important because it's very closely related to strength properties, mechanical properties. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about lumber, the solid wood product, structural lumber, or you're talking about engineered wood products, the strength properties of the individual pieces matter greatly. So wood properties models can tell you something about how the wood varies within the stem in terms of potential product performance. And we can also, same paper, we can plot the late wood density and the early wood density and see how they vary from pith to the bark of the tree on average. And then we can make these, what we like to call them tree maps, because we're mapping the wood properties onto these simulated, reconstructed trees. Okay, so we remake the tree, and because our model contains cambial age and possibly height along the stem, we can then use the predictions of them. We can make a grid of, excuse me, I don't know why it keeps doing that. We can make a grid of prediction points in 2 dimensions of the distance from the pith or ring number from the pith and height in the stem. And then because we have both those variables in our model of wood density, we can predict each point on the grid and then make this this wood properties map, which really helps us visualize where in the stem the density is higher in this case, or where it's lower. And you can clearly see that wood density gets lower as we go up the stem and gets higher as we go out. And the best wood is at the base of the tree and on the outside of the stem. So this is why modeling is helpful, because it helps us see the variation in the wood and it helps us predict what might happen in the future under certain silvicultural scenarios. We can do the same with, this is another paper from the same year, specific gravity on the left with height in the stem, microfibril angle, which you probably know. If you don't, it's the angle of the cellulose winding around the S2 layer of the cell. And this is a very strong effect on wood stiffness, which is a key property for structural lumber performance. And we can use models to predict at different scales. For instance, I was involved with a study when I was in Canada, again from 2018, and we looked at hotspots where different properties were, in this case, we're talking about wood stem quality, standing tree assessment, was lower or higher than a kind of regional mean. And then we can map those properties over region, geographic areas if we have the local geographic parameters that we use to fit the model. So that's another use of models that is really, really helpful. They've done the same in New Zealand, where they have mapped wood density for the entire country based on the models they fit on, which contain various covariates. But usually they look at aspect, slope, and aspects of the environment and the stand structure, so they can map the wood properties over the entire country. And they've done that very successfully. And then we can also feed our models, if we want to, into what we call bucking. So that's cutting the logs into, cutting the tree stems into logs, and sawing simulators, cutting the tree, the logs into products, which is much less common because it's harder to do. And this is what the outputs of that may look like. This is from Veli-Pekka Aikkonen in Finland from almost 20 years ago. But they did exactly that. They made wood properties models and then projected those onto simulated stems and then simulated products. And that's something my group is working on right now to improve those kind of simulation systems. And I just want to check, am I okay for time right now? I'm going to assume that I'm okay for time.
Yes, yes, it's okay. We still have
Okay.
around 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. So one of the key kind of theoretical underpinnings of wood properties modeling that my group uses, and is common in IWoRS wood properties modeling group, is that we really look at the influence of genetics, site, and silviculture, the three most important things, not in themselves, but we look at the influence on the growth of the tree, height growth or diameter growth. And then that informs how the crown develops. And that also informs how the rings are distributed, the different width of the growth rings, how the branches grow. And the ring distribution and branch growth in turn inform the wood density, or how many knots there are on the boards that we saw from those trees. And that's also plays into mechanical properties and the wood quality at the final, at the end of all that. So if we know how big a tree is and how high and how wide a tree is and the annual rings of that tree, we know quite a lot about what went into the genetics, site, silviculture, and we assume that the tree, all these things, we can't disentangle the individual effects of those, not without some properly designed experiments. And even then, it's quite difficult. So we take the tree as it has, as we sample it, and say, well, these are the things that contributed to that. And if we know the genetics is constant and the trees are on the same site, then we can attribute a lot of how the tree has grown to the silviculture. And from there, we can construct branch models and positions of branches. And there's all sorts of theory underlying branch modeling, because branches are the biggest source of downgrade on lumber structure. So what are the drawbacks of that approach? Well, it's expensive. But, destructively sampling a lot of trees and a lot of species in multiple sites is time-consuming data collection, and it costs money. Not to mention what sample preparation, scanning, and all the other things you have to do back in the lab, which is another totally time-consuming process. The statistical models ignore dynamic growth development. Or like, for instance, crown plasticity. So trees, how they change over their morphology over the life of the tree. We only have snapshots in time, but often not on the same trees. So we have this kind of cross-sectional data, not longitudinal data. And our models are generally not generalizable. So in other words, we can't make predictions on brand new ecosystems or forest biome types or whatever, because they might underestimate the local site silviculture genetic effects. And our models, these statistical models, don't really look at environmental or physiological aspects, so climatic variables or soil moisture, things like that. So that's where process-based models will come in. And this is where much more complicated models are fit to link stem structure to tree growth processes, wood formation within the stem at the micro scale. And so in those kind of models, process-based models, wood properties relate to stem growth and crown development and the actual physical processes that are happening in the tree. And these are much more generalizable, and they can incorporate environmental effects and conditions through effects on the actual physiological processes, growth processes themselves. And so those kind of models will look at really a deep dive into how wood is formed within the actual stem, and they'll take into account all these kind of photosynthetic processes, you can see on this figure here, and I don't know why it's cutting off on the left here, but it's from Rathgaber et al. 2016, and there's some schematic cross-section of a dormant cambium here, an active cambium here, and process-based models actually take into account these processes that allow wood to actually form, wood cells to actually form, thicken, and mature, and so that process happens annually. And process-based models are much more fine in their scope. But they also have drawbacks. No, there is no perfect modeling framework that will give you the best results every time. Process-based models are looking at processes, so a long time to realizable results. They may be developed at very specific sites on a narrow range of conditions or for a specific species. Many of the physiological processes are not fully understood, and the uncertainty around how these processes play out is also difficult to quantify. So we have another issue in modeling, which is we have patterns at different scales. We have to think about, and process-based modeling is different into the statistical modeling. We have it right at the trachea level for softwoods, at least. You know, we have the multiple layers of the cell wall, and it's three-dimensional. And which layer do we model? Do we take the mean properties, et cetera, et cetera? It's complex. And we have at the tree ring level, we have, you know, the way within a ring, I talked about the pith to bark variation in the tree, and I'm sorry, we talked about the pith to bark variation in the tree from here to here. I'm talking here about this slide shows variation within the ring itself. So as you go through the growing season of a conifer ring, the cell diameter will decrease, the wall thickness will increase, the wood density will increase, and we have to take into account all those different sources of variation. So the cell level, the ring level, we have this is the ring level, so this is wood density. Generally in certain types of conifers like pines, specific gravity or wood density will go like this from pith to bark, increasing rapidly and then decreasing. Microfibril angle might go the other way. We can learn a lot from typical radial patterns, but those patterns are a lot different at the intra-ring level as well. We can talk about whether this radial variation arises from different strategies in the different life cycles of the tree. So in the core wood, the tree might be, not, it doesn't think, but the tree might be more, the biological system might be more related to developmental constraints on the system, or hydraulic constraints. For instance, a tree when it's young needs more moisture, movement, transport in the stem. So that might explain the narrow cells in the early wood in the first part of the growing season, and in the juvenile wood of a tree as a whole. Or it might be thinking about flexibility or pliability. Like when the tree is young, it needs to withstand being trampled by animals or something like that. And then in the outer wood, you might be thinking about what are the optimal properties? What about specific conductivity? How does the tree resist forces that may make it collapse? So strength and stiffness become more important.
Excuse me, Dr. David,
and the same goes.
There's 3 more minutes left. Think so. Sorry, 3 more minutes.
Can you 4, 3?
3, 4 minutes. 3 minutes left.
Sorry.
Okay, please.
Okay, I was talking about just general radial patterns, and I was only going to give some different examples there. But we can also fit, machine learning models to wood properties data. And they have a great advantage in that you don't have to consider lots of assumptions. This was some data from a free air carbon experiment site in North Carolina, USA, and we had wood density and the year by biannual ring, and we were able to make really good predictions using machine learning techniques, which have very few assumptions, but which are much less able to explain the actual mechanisms that are happening, like a process-based model would be able to do. So scales of variation, we've got these different scales. Which one is the most important? We found in some of our modeling that the tree level really is the most important, but you can model at any scale that you want to. And these are the drivers of variation: the site quality, the silviculture, the genetics, the interactions between those, climate and weather. Which ones do we use? Do we just use those as proxy, use growth rate as a proxy? We need to keep our models simple, but we also need to make them explain as much of the variation as possible. And there's various programs going on around the world. This is DiskBot from New Zealand, where they're getting new methods of measuring wood properties using all sorts of new technology. And this is the future, by the way. They can get acoustic velocity, spiral grain density, all these measurements from scanning one disk with one machine. And so this is the future that will give us much better properties and much better models. And that's my take-home summary again. It's hard, but we have to do it because of the increased demand. We need more accurate resource information as we develop new products. And we need to think about how we simultaneously predict not just volume and standard forest inventories, but also wood quality metrics as well. So we can predict what the wood supply will bring. So with that, of course, I rely on a lot of people to do my work. And this is the famous quote: "We stand on the shoulder of giants." And the bunch of folks that I'd really like to thank. And thank you. Thank you for letting me talk. I hope I made it in time.
Thank you so much, Professor David. It's just on time, exactly. And for me, it's really new idea, new things, because I'm working on timber engineer. So like investigating on the small scale of wood species or wood pieces is really important for us. So it is, I know how it is difficult, and you have given us so many models to make it possible to have the prediction. So thank you so much, and please stay with us. We have a session of discussion. I hope you don't mind keep waiting for some while, so, because we will move to the next speaker. After that, we can have short discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. David. I would like to give applause for you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. We would like to move to the next presenter. Will be Professor Rio Punada from. I would like to see his presentation. Okay, thank you for presenting this one. Okay, Professor Punada Rio is coming from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. Okay, just a moment, please. Yeah. Yes, he is coming from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He completed his PhD from Graduate School of Agricultural Sciences, Department of Resources and Environmental Studies, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, 1988. He was, from now to now, he is the Dean of Graduate School of Agriculture, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. Without further ado, would like to welcome Punada Sensei. Please coming and share your experience with us within 30 minutes. So it is really my pleasure to have you here. Please, Professor Punada.
Thank you very much. Listen to me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your so I would like to talk about our activity in Japan for the Wood Research Society. And firstly, I would like to say special thanks to the Tommy and Widi and also the Nuguro Sensei But also the very sad, I would like to express my deepest condolence on my friend Joko Suristoyo. He passed away on 14 April this year due to COVID-19. And he visit our university last year and last January. And so on the behalf of all the staff in our university, would like to say the very deepest condolences. So today I'd like to talk about wood science, but first please see the SDGs. Everybody know that. And from 1 to 17, there is the purpose. So it's very interesting that many aspect it's very closely related to agriculture and or forests for the science. Therefore, for the achievement, I think the science is very important for the SDGs. But also this is current achievement SDGs. You can see the blue, green, and the yellow and the red. The center is the Japanese activity. We are very good mark in green and from 1 and 2, but very bad in the red, especially the climate change and so on. Still, we have to make the good solution. But also, sorry, this is partly in Japanese. This is the IPCC, the global warming, in future global warming. So there are several types of scenario. Worst one is the temperature will increase until 5 degrees before the 2100. But recently IPCC and report said that worse and worse. So therefore we have to make the solution quickly. And for example, in Japan, this year we have very unusual climate. In August, for example, the west side of Japan, we have much rain. And then also not typhoon. This is the complete rain. So that's the problem. But east side, we don't have enough rain. Therefore, the provide the global warming, also the abnormal weather already started. For that, we need to decrease carbon dioxide emission and then increase carbon dioxide absorption. Therefore, I think the importance of trees is very important because trees produce renewable and carbon neutral resources and with biomass. So photosynthesis is performed by the water, energy, and carbon dioxide. Therefore, the increased wood biomass can fix carbon dioxide in large stem. Where carbon dioxide is fixed, you can see this very nice picture in the scanning electron microscopy by Yuzo Sano, Hokkaido University. So left hand heavy species, Lignum vitae, and then Ochroma lagopus, the right one. So there's a much difference of the cell thickness. Therefore, the fixation of carbon dioxide also different among the species. But interesting that main component of thick cell wall around 45 to 50% consists of cellulose, and then hemicellulose, lignin. This pattern is not so much different. But for example, in the case of tension wood, this pattern might be changed. So we'd like to know that to fix the carbon dioxide in the wood, we have to know that what kind of factor, what kind of mechanism produce wood, especially cell wall. So wood is produced by cambium activity. You can see that this is cambium, and then cambium makes the wood. Cambium activation makes secondary xylem. The cambium exists just in the and very close to the backside, and then cambium makes a secondary xylem. So in the case of the very large trees, large body it consists of secondary xylem. Therefore, if we'd like to increase wood biomass, we have to know that what kind of factor regulate cambial activity. So you can see this is the electron microscopic image in the cambium. Left side is phloem, right side is the xylem side. This is model 3 hybrid populus. This is growing in the temperate or the cool temperate zone. So large arrow indicating that the cambium started the cambial reactivation, it means cambial activity. And then after cambial cell division, they start to differentiate to make base element with the fibers, trachea, etc. So this is the cambium very good model system to understand xylogenesis. But also that we have to know that what kind of factor determine the cambial activity and also the process of cell differentiation. So in the case of the Japan, cool and temperate zone, cambial activity showed periodicity. So this is the if we observe the diameter growth, it's a very clear difference in the seasonal differentiation on cambial activity from dormant, cambial activity, and dormancy. This is exhibit periodicity. This periodicity is very important to regulate the control of the quality and quantity of wood. But also this periodicity is very important for the environment adaptation. That normally the tree in the cool and temperate zone, they don't like cold winter. Therefore, they have good activity during spring and summer. Now in September, the summer will finish and temperature will decrease. Probably within the 1 or 2 weeks, some activity will stop in Japan. And then they enter the dormancy. This dormancy is very important for trees because they will prepare for next year. So therefore, every early spring and the late winter, the early spring, cambial and activity start. It means that we say the reactivation of cambium. And in trees, this timing in the cambial reactivation is very, very strictly controlled because if they start to cambial activity, they decrease on the tolerance to cold temperature. Therefore, they would like to know what kind of factor determine the reactivation, timing reactivation of cambium. So in the case of Japan, and I think the endogenous factor, the environment factors, especially in temperate zone, temperature is very important. For example, rainfall, day length change, but we have the almost constant rainfall in Japan. For example, this is Japanese water temperature in Tokyo. You can see red one is the monthly temperature, and also the blue one is the monthly precipitation. You can see from January to December, we have almost constant precipitation. Very interesting that normally in Tokyo, and spring start April, and then summer will start at June, and then autumn normally start at September, October, and the winter start December. During the December and January in Tokyo, where we have very dry winter. So temperature change from 5 to 25 degrees average, so that the much differentiation compared with the precipitation. Therefore, we think that temperature might be important for the controlled cambial reactivation. So this is the light microscope images. We obtain sample from the same trees growing in the same place, of course. So in the case of 2007 cambial reactivation, it means the first cambial activity start on 29 March. But 2005, even the same trees, cambial reactivation start on 15 April. So therefore, we will compare the same day, 13 May, and the xylem widths are much different because and 2007, cambium reactivation start earlier than 2005. Why? So this is profile of temperature. This is the maximum temperature. Because in 2007, compared with 2005, we have warmer spring, warmer spring and winter. Therefore, cambium reactivate cambium and make the response to the earlier increase in the temperature. Therefore, they start earlier cambium reactivation. Therefore, in the case of Japan, temperature is a very important limiting factor for the cambium activity, especially cambium reactivation in spring. How about in Indonesia, in tropical trees? For example, in Indonesia, I often visit there. Temperature, of course, high, but almost constant. And then day length also almost constant. But in the case of Java Island, rain pattern is different. So we obtained the sample from the Wanagama forest of UGM, working with Uidi and also the Nugro sensei and Tomi-san. And we took sample and the different type of the tropical trees. Drying wet season in January, and also dry season in October 2015, and also 2016. Normally, you know that in Java, and wet season it normally started November, for example, early October. Therefore, the October still dry season. Probably the early season of the dry season. We obtain sample, like the right and the scissor, and then taking sample. And then we observe cambium activity using microscope. So you can see that the Acacia mangum, eucalyptus, and 2014 in January, this is wet season. So we are able to see the very active cambium activity. So it means the wider cambium. We can see many dividing cells. This is left side and the image. But the right side, dry season in October 2015. So cambium activity is almost stop. So very narrow cambium zone. It means that look like dormant season in drying season. So if obtain the sample again, so probably in wet season, cambium activity, we have much cambium activity, but dry season, no cambium reactivation. But interesting that. So that means the wet season, for example, you can see the cambium activity, and then dry season, dormant. But in this, we obtained the sample 2016 in October. So very unusual cambium activity in 2016 in October. Normally in October, the dry season. Therefore, the cambium activity is stopped. But in the case of 2016, we are very, you can see many cambium division in October. Why? So the Tecton grandis as a species also 2016. So there are many cambium cell division. Why? You can see that the profile of the precipitation. Probably 2015 is a normal precipitation pattern, but 2016 is unusual. It's been no typical dry season in 2016. Therefore, cambium activity continue throughout the year. Therefore, in the case of Indonesia, it's especially Java Island, rain pattern might be important for the control of cambium activity. So I'd like to show again this and scenario. Global warming and also pattern of precipitation will change, but this impact might be different depending on the species, depending on area. Probably the temperature might be important for the Japan, but I think the pattern of precipitation and makes the large impact on Indonesia. So this is the final goal to understand the cambium activity. We have to know that what kind of factor to control wood biomass formation and wood quality, etc. So I'd like to change my topic. So I just introduced the recent advance Wood Research Society in Japan. We have Wood Research Society, Mokuzai Gakkai in Japan. I'd like to show our society activity in brief. So this is in Japan. Probably everybody knows that. But Japan is very interesting that it means that Japan is a very long island from north to south. And then from the northern side in the Sapporo, for example, average temperature 8.9 degree. This is cool temperature. But in the case of Okinawa Island, Naha, average temperature 23 degrees. So precipitation pattern is also different. Therefore, we have many different type of the species and many different type of trees. Therefore, the management of trees might be different depending on the area. And then you can Japanese timber production. Only 38% of the timber is self and production. It means that around 60% of wood we import from outside. But now it's this percentage increase. Therefore, we have to manage and Japanese wood more. So also you know that we say that wood shock. So that means the increase increase in the price of wood from outside due to the COVID-19. For example, the wood from United States price increased more almost 2 or 3 times compared to last year. This is a big problem for our industry. So this is the purpose of the Japan Wood Research Society. Japan Wood Society was established in 1955 and 65 years ago. Now we have around 2,000 society members, including 500 student members. Interesting that, and this number of the student members is almost constant. So our society promotes science, technology, and also the support of the Paris Agreement, bioeconomy, and etc. So our purpose of the most important purpose of the society, like as a society, publication academic journal, holding the annual meeting, also support of the young scientists, etc. So, but COVID-19 collapsed human and human relationship. Therefore, now we need to rebuild the management system of society. So we use the online system, and also we use a new technique. One publication of the journal. We have 2 journals. One is Mokuzai Gakkaishi. This is in Japanese. Originally, this the journal published the Japanese papers on the English papers. Mokuzai means wood, and Gakkaishi means the academic journal in Japanese. But from 1998 and the 44th volume, we separate 2 types of the journal. One is Mokuzai Gakkaishi in Japanese papers and Journal of Science English paper published by Springer. So normally the board is located at Kyoto University. This is the public Journal of Science. So Journal of Science database published by Springer. Now it's the Springer Nature. This English papers. And then from 2019, 2 years ago, we changed system to open access system. So therefore, you can see the impact factor. Normally, several years ago, impact factor of JWS and 1.2, 1.3, etc. But this year, the impact factor increased to 2.170. We hope that impact factor will increase more. So probably our target around 2.5 or 3. We hope so. So also the most important point on the society is holding annual meeting. So every year we have annual meeting. Last year we planning the annual meeting in Tottori area, but unfortunately, cancellation of COVID-19. This year, we organized 17th first annual meeting in Tokyo, our campus, TUAT, combined with the Japanese Society of Fresh Sciences. So this is online system. This is first time for us. So we need annual meeting in March to support the science, the industry, and also regional promotion. That. So I would like to explain what kind of activity on the annual meeting. So this year, last March, and for 3 years, 3 days, we organized annual meeting. So it was joint meeting with other society. So organized by Professor Kajita and Yoshida. So fortunately, this annual meeting was succeeded. Around more than 800 participants, include 10 invited members from Korea, and also the around 467 presentation we have. So little bit and the decrease in poster presentation, but the oral presentation did not change. So this is the interesting oral poster presentation of 21 sessions. You can see that red one is the top 5. There are many presentations with word quality, with anatomy, mechanical properties, pulp and papers. So and also extracted. So that is a kind of probably trend of our society. Very interesting that. So probably many and scientists working on the basic science like wood quality and wood formation and wood anatomy and etc. So this is top 5 presentation. So you can see again, and then such kind of activity we like very much. And also mechanical property, timber structure, also very important. So other main activity, and we encourage our research, commendation research activity. Every year, we have our winners of the society. And you can see the name of the Japan Wood Research Society Prize, also the young scientists every year. Normally, the 2 persons selected every year. This year, so Japan Wood Research Society Prize, Professor Ichiro Kamei, Miyazaki University, awarded. And the other, Dr. Yoshiki Horikawa. He is close to me now. And then he is a cellular scientist. He visited the UGM 2 years ago. Yes, and for our education program. So probably he would like to visit Indonesia again. It was the first time for him. He liked very much Indonesian food. So I'd like to show that one example of the research by Yoshiki Horikawa, and evaluation of structural diversity of cellulose development compared to lignin wood. So he worked on the cellulose scientist, also that he is interested in the formation and also the cellulose formation that he had many papers. So this is the concept of his work. This is hierarchical structure of wood. This is very important wood biome formation. Wood, tissue, cellulose, and microstructure, cellulose. So therefore, the depending of the hierarchical structure, we have to know that and how to use wood. So for wood, we can use for the timbers, but wood or tissue, probably we are able to use the papers, and then recently we are able to make cellulose nanofibers from wood. So to produce cellulose nanofiber, we have to know that what kind of wood. Also, and it's very important to analyze chemical component analysis. So he developed new techniques to make white wood. It means the alcoholysis, bleaching. It means he keep the structure, but he removed lignin and hemicellulose, and then only he stained the cellulose. This is very interesting wood. So for example, he put on the such kind of wood, and then he made the cellulose nanofiber. This is very nice pictures, making the temp mediates and cellulose nanofibers. So now he is also interested that what kind of factor which is determined of the property of cellulose nanofibers. So we would like to make the new wood using such kind of technique, analyze of the cellulose microfiber orientation and the cellulose crystallicity, and also that. So it means that to use the wood and high utilization, we have to know that what is wood, but also we have to know that what kind of treatment which change the structure and the properties. So this both of the technique might be important to make new wood. So finally, I'd like to, this is final presentation. Next year, 17th annual meeting will be held in Nagoya and GIF combined, and the joint meeting at Nagoya and GIF city, organized by Professor Fukushima and Professor Mitsunaga. Yeah. So probably this is a kind of hybrid. We hope that hybrid organization that. So we have to we have to support higher education and research even the COVID-19 for next generation. So recent to 1 or 2 years, almost we stopped on a meeting, but from next year we start again. So final goal, please come to Japan again. So I would like we'd like to also visit Indonesia, which my favorite countries, and I'd like to see again at any area in Indonesia. So I hope that's long and much closer relationship between us. Thank you very much again. And then even COVID-19, please keep good science activity. And then we'd like to continue good collaboration. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Arigato, Punada Sensei, for the sharing information and also sincere invitation to come again to Japan. I was there for 5 years in Hokkaido University. Yeah. And like good showing photos about the cambium activity, different wood species in Japan and Indonesia. This gives us a lot of insight about how the properties of timber are different from each species, seasonal or climate and so on, which is now become some question to our audience, from our audience. So without further, would like to open discussion, but because of limiting time, I will pick up only some questions. So hopefully the first question goes to Professor David regarding the quality of timber. Variation of timber quality. Actually, to what extent this variation of timber quality, if we are looking for the a seasonal age or age of tree, species, climate, and so on. So to what extent we should, we can really look on the variation of this one. So this is question to Professor David. So I think that one also will become my question to Professor Jagateswaran. How we should dealing with this inconsistency of the wood quality. So whether we should deal with the panel-based industry, or we can go also for the solid wood industry, because in fact we need to optimize this wood quality as much as possible. Because we have information from Professor Funada about the variation of the climate is really big, different on the property. So would you like to have a comment or maybe answer from Professor David regarding this issue? Please, Dr. David. Hello, Dr. David. Are you with us now? Or probably maybe goes to Professor Jagateswaran first, because I think we still are waiting for Dr. David. So would you have some comment about the issue about the wood variation and how we should dealing with the business on the wood industry?
Thank you. Thank you. I think when it comes to variation, the idea is if you have a very variable material, then the machine and the machine language that is going to be used will have to rely on more data, you see. That means there is a need for more sensors that will have to be used on the factory shop floor. So that may be a little bit expensive for a lot of the small and medium enterprises. So the idea is if we can somehow reduce this variation, we can reduce the variation, then I will see more and more application of Industry 4.0 technologies in the wood industry. But if you are finding that the material is becoming more variable, then I think there is going to be more requirement for data at every step of the processing before we can even talk about automating the process and whatnot. So that will be my take on this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I will go to another question, goes to Professor Funada. So there are questions about, is there any refocusing strategy for wood scientists in Japan to anticipate the current global issue on pandemic and climate change? So are they and related to Industrial Revolution 4.0 that has been explained previously by previous keynote speaker. So how would scientists or society should move forward, or maybe they have a new lesson from pandemic to move forward and to do more activity on wood research. Please, if you have some thoughts, some comments, some idea, Professor Punada. Punada Sensei, are you with us? Oh, okay. I think Professor Punada is no longer here. So, Professor David, are you with us? Okay. Yes. Connection seems to be not work well these times. So I think I would like to pass the role of the moderator to Professor Buan Ansari. Pak Buan, are you here? Hello, Pak Buan.
I think Prof Funada are already online.
Oh, Prof Punada. Punada Sensei. Hello, Punada Sensei.
第一会議室の机と椅子入れ替えるって。はい。で、俺来ないんで、一面やりますから。
I think Punada Sensei is discussed with his colleague at this moment. Hello, Punada Sensei. Yeah. Hello, Punada Sensei.
Hi.
Oh, thank you for being with us. We have small question from audience to you. So the question is about how the scientists or wood scientists in Japan anticipated the current global issue on this pandemic and climate change. And related to Industrial 4.0, what is the tips or maybe suggestion for Indonesian world scientists here to be still more active and still find new ways to working on this global issue. Would you have some share the comment on maybe some thoughts for us, Professor Funada?
With a small, yes.
Funada Sensei, can I repeat the question again?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there are questions from the audience about how would scientists in Japan refocusing on their activity because anticipating the global issue, pandemic, and so on. Do you have any suggestion or maybe thoughts for us how we can deal with this global issue? Please, Professor Sensei.
Yes, and for example, the very important point that now the Japanese government promoted the science, so that for the carbon dioxide emission, etc. Therefore, the many and our society members participate in for example, the government and community, and also we have a good relationship with the industry to support all the housing, wood housing. You are a specialist, you know that. So now where regulations will change, especially the resistance to the fire. So we developed fire resistant wood, and then therefore we are now making the tall and wood building than before. So that's been a very important point. That so also the local area like the prefecture also support to make wood housing. Yeah, this is very important, and so this is quick trend that therefore we had several type of the support money from government or the prefecture to produce wood housing. Yeah, probably much different compared to probably you stay in Japan and Hokkaido. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Funada Sensei, for I think wood scientists in Japan still optimistic for the future, although we have some big
also
impact from the COVID-19.
I just talk about wood shock. Wood shock means that it's very now quite difficult to import wood from the outside.
Yeah.
Transportation of wood sites problem that.
Yes.
Therefore, also the price of the wood in United States increased. Therefore, the import the wood from on the outside increased also 2 or 3 times. Therefore, now many industries in Japan and for example, last week I visited the one company and the wood crafting company. Now they would like to change to import wood to domestic wood. Yeah. Because the price is completely different. Yeah. So especially hardwood, not conifers. We need the oak, we need the ash, we need everything that for the furniture especially. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Funada Sensei, for sharing the thoughts, and thank you for joining with us. So thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. I think the discussion session is already done. I think Pak Buan, would you like to continue sharing another 2 keynote speaker?
All right. Thank you so much, Pak Ali Awaludin, for serving as moderator for the first plenary and discussion session. And before we proceed, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to the first 4 keynote speakers for sharing their insights through inspiring and enlightening presentations. Apart from heavy workload during this tough period impact of global pandemic. Pali, thank you so much. And we are grateful for all the keynote speakers present today with us. And thank you to Dr. Agus Justianto, Professor David Auti, Professor Rio Fiunada, and Professor Jagateswaran Ratnasingam. Thank you for being with us and thank you for sharing. Stepping forward, I'm honored to invite our second moderator, to lead the second plenary and discussion session, and Professor Bon Anshari, PhD. He is a professor, academician, researcher, speaker, and lecturer at the University of Mataram. He is also part of the Center of Excellence in Science and Technology Geomagnetic, University of Mataram's Collaboration and Networking. As part of his professionalism, he has published a series of index publications that have contributed to the growth of knowledge in his field. He earned his bachelor degree at Civil Engineering Study Program, University of Mataram, Indonesia, master and doctoral degree from University of Liverpool, England. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Bon Ansari, PhD.
Thank you, MC, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. We are pleased to welcome you in our conference today, the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society. Actually, there are three, the first, but already presented one speaker. So there are two speakers from United Kingdom, actually. One from Liverpool University, who currently moved to Arab United Emirates. The second one is from the University of Sheffield in UK. But actually the time for this presenter start from 11:10. So I'll check in the Zoom already here or not. Professor Guang, are you with us now? All right. According to the committee, two of speakers still not online at the moment. Probably I need some comment from the audience. One of the audience from Oklahoma University, Professor Salim Hijiri Glow, PhD. Do you have any comment or something, question to the, or give some advice about this conference? Are you with us, Professor Salim?
I am having a difficult, just 1 second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. I think, yeah, you can hear me now. Well, it has been over just about 2 hours. I have been listening, well organized. So far, I really enjoyed with the presentation. All the keynote speakers gave a beautiful presentation. I enjoyed very much. I'm not quite sure I will be able to participate rest of the conference because of the time difference. It is almost 10 p.m. here. I just received the program of the conference just about 2 hours ago, but I'll do my best as far as participating to the conference. I don't think I have any specific questions for the presenters, but overall, I would like to extend my congratulations to the committee member of the conference and every single member of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Okay, you have finished?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much for nice appreciation from Prof. Salim Iji Riklo, PhD from Oklahoma University. Prof. Salim is one of peer reviewer in our conference editorial proceeding of the 13th International Symposium of IWoRS. Thank you, Prof. Salim. See you in the next occasion. let me check Prof. Guang. Are you with us? Yeah, from the rundown, it should be start 11:10, and the Dr. Chang start 11:40. Probably take to MC to handle this, to wait until the exact time of the speaker.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, due to the unreadiness, or maybe we are reaching out the time for the next speaker to present their presentations. And now we will maybe give time for all participants who have been joining us today. Maybe there's still some question in your minds that you are going to deliver, or you are going to ask to our keynote speakers. We will please all participants, if you still have some concerns or questions, please kindly send it to us, and we will let our keynote speakers to answer your questions. No one? No one is willing? All right, if there's no one is willing to send question, maybe for the next agenda, we would like to have a coffee break until 11:10. And we as a committee will remind you all to be back at 11:10 when our keynote speakers ready to present their presentations. Thank you and enjoy your coffee break.
University of Mataram was established on October 2nd, 1962. Located at the heart of idyllic island of Lombok, which renowned for its beauty, natural and cultural diversity, make Mataram University poses a great opportunity to explore knowledge. Becoming internationally competitive research-based university, ignite the passion for Mataram University to continue pioneering intellectuals by creatively applying their knowledge in research and discovery. Nurturing talented youth to become future leaders who eager to pursue the truth based on faith and piety, give Mataram University a firm ground to contribute at its best to the society. In 2018, Mataram University is ready to answer the call with 9 faculties, 58 departments, study programs, postgraduate programs, vocational programs, diploma. Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Food Technology and Agro-Industry, Study Programs, Communication Studies, International Relations, Sociology. Mataram University mission in optimizing research and discovery, enhanced with facilities and accessibility for the students and researchers, as well as stakeholders with same common goals in supporting education to solve humanity problems to fulfill our social responsibility. Hand in hand with the society, Mataram University never to choose run alone. We prefer to work together through collaboration and joint cooperation with partners from every corner of the world in exploring knowledge, science, and technology. Mataram University commit to find the best way in increasing society's quality of life. We have tasted the same hard times. We have swallowed the same sour times. We have passed the storm of challenge and stay strong.
Sebagai Sekda Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Barat,
Ketua DPRD Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Barat,
Direktur Jenderal Prasarana dan Sarana Pertanian, Kementerian Pertanian Republik Indonesia.
Saya sangat bangga melihat perkembangan Universitas Mataram yang begitu maju.
Saya merasa bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Dan kami sebagai Ketua DPRD mendorong agar Universitas Mataram sebagai sebuah universitas berbasis riset sesuai dengan visi misinya pada tahun 2025.
Saya yakin Universitas Mataram akan mampu meraih visi dan misinya.
Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi yang mumpuni untuk mempersiapkan kader-kader penerus.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society 2021, hosted by the University of Mataram. While waiting for our keynote speakers, we would like to let all the participants for today's International Symposium to give question to our maybe before we while waiting for our keynote speakers, we're going to have like short discussion with our international reviewers. Here we have Professor Salim Hiziroglu from Oklahoma State University, USA, and Professor Vivian Darakan from University of the Philippines, Los Banos, or UPLB. So for those of you who still have some concern, please kindly give your questions, and then we will let our international reviewers to help us to answer your question.
Can I have
Yes.
My name is Nandika from IPB University Bogor.
Okay, sir, please.
Can I have say special greeting to Prof. Salim? Assalamualaikum. Salim.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nice to meet you, Prof. Salim.
Apa kabar, Mike?
Thank you, baik sekali. Thank you very much, Prof. Salim, for your support on our publication.
No, I did nothing. I wish I could have been in Mataram at this time, but because of the COVID, everything is upside down.
Yeah.
You know, my travel has been messed up. I cannot leave United States, and that COVID is going to be with us, I think, quite a bit time.
Yes.
Saya
I
tidak boleh buat apa-apa.
I have to make another plan to visit Mataram. I was most welcome for you, Pak Salim.
Maybe one day, maybe one day.
Thank
As
you.
I told you, I don't have any specific questions for the keynote speakers. I enjoyed very much, although I am a neophyte of the modeling. I am not that competent person of the modeling in the area of wood products, but I enjoyed very much.
Thank you.
And so far, as I reviewed some of those material in past, well prepared, and I am
Thank
very
you very
well aware organizing such a conference is not easy. It takes a lot of time, a lot of manpower, and you guys did just beautiful work up to that point, and I am sure it will be very successful rest of the conference too. Once again, I extend my congratulations every single member of the committee, as well as other, manpower of the conference. Once again, I wish I could have been there personally, but considering all the conditions and everything, when I look at there, looks like there are 150 participants.
Yes.
From different countries, most Indonesia. I see some familiar faces, which was a great joy for me. Dr. Trishna was there.
Sudah Hadi also here. Sudah Hadi.
Yusuf Hadi, of course. I see some of the, and one of, I took a note, but as I get older, Dr. Ragil Vijorini from Gajah Mada University is there. Believe it or not, I met her in 2002 when I visited Kyoto. At that time, she was a student there. See.
Thank you very much. It is also by your very significant support, Prof. Salim. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak Salim.
Terima kasih. Apa kabar? Baik?
Baik.
Wonderful.
Good.
I like the hat. Beautiful. Cantik.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can see your face. Wonderful. How have you been? Everything's all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Great to see you. Great to see you. Wonderful.
Yeah, someday we go to Mataram with you.
Hopefully one day, but I tell you, not before 2-3 years.
Yeah. Welcome.
Hopefully this thing will be over. Then it's gonna go back to the good old days.
Yeah.
Prof. Salim, I'm glad to see you again.
Hey, look at that. This guy never gets older, always young. Look at this face.
I always remember the coffee morning every day with you.
Yes. You were at Oklahoma State University. It was 2012.
Yes, yes, that's right.
2012. It has been 8-9 years.
Yes.
Except your glasses has changed. You are same.
It's only for reading, Prof.
Wonderful.
But I still can without glass for other activities.
See, excellent. How have you been? Everything's okay? Tiada masalah, boleh?
Okay.
Baik?
Yes, I'm fine. We are glad with you. But
Good,
I see you that seem not changed.
Tell me about it. Terima kasih banyak, tapi saya tidak percaya.
Still young.
Still young and healthy.
Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih banyak. Now, as you know, I'm Professor Emeritus. I simply retired from Oklahoma State University.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So I don't keep my lab. I don't keep my office. I do some other things a little bit. Once COVID is over, I will be doing some traveling internationally. But for the time being, I have more flexible time. So.
Yeah,
you are in the Mataram or the IBP in Bogor?
I'm in Bogor.
Bogor, okay.
In Bogor.
We cannot get to the Mataram city because this pandemic. Even though in the same country, but still.
Well, numbers are also pretty high in United States because of the Delta, and also almost 50% of the people did not get any vaccination for some reason, which I cannot understand. You know, I had my vaccination, 2 of them in April, and probably December we will have the 3rd one, but still we put the mask. So
yes,
we will see. We will see.
Last week, Max sent me sample, Salim. Max from Thailand.
Max is
Mr.
once in a
Max.
while we corresponded. Max is still in Prince of Songklo.
He sent me the sample. Yeah, he sent me a sample for joint research.
I see. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I
just
arrived last week. Yeah,
I
got it last week.
Good. He's there next year in November. Theoretically, this November, I was supposed to go to Hatyai campus for 3 months. But I shift everything to next November.
Okay.
Next November. So let's see how it goes. If things are okay, I may say hi to you in Bogor.
All right.
You never know.
Welcome.
You never know.
We are waiting. We are waiting for you.
Terima kasih, but everything is up on the air. We don't know.
Yeah. I know. So when I met him in Slovakia, in Romania, in Romania. So we talked, and at that time we would like to have a joint research. Yeah.
I remember 2 years ago. It was in Brasov.
Yeah.
Emilia, you and Max, I have your picture together.
Yeah. And Emil.
Emilia, yes. Emilia Salka, yeah. She's doing fine. I talk to her once in a while. We WhatsApp and line with the Max once in a while. Max is doing fine in Prince of Songklo in Suratani campus. So
we are preparing for termite test. Yeah. Termite test.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah, wonderful. I mean, in that part of the world, termite is very important. I know.
Yeah. So thank you for your connection.
Come on.
Thank you for your connection.
You know
connect
many
me
connections.
to Max. You connect me to who? To Emil. So we have fine
Emilia,
connection.
There is another faculty member in Hatyai campus, Prince of Songklo University. He is in industrial engineering. However, he has been working in wood composites specifically. And Max know him, so you may get something, but you are doing perfectly fine. You don't need much anyway.
Okay.
As I said, that COVID simply changed everything. We used to make 2 years plan. Now we make weekly plan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Not much we can do, unfortunately. In Japan, luckily, vaccination rate is going up, and pretty soon things will be under control in Japan, I believe.
Yeah. So it's 10 o'clock, yeah, in Oklahoma.
10,
Already 10 p.m.
Oh,
Oh, really? It's quite late,
Just
no?
with Bogor. Just the same with Bogor. just the same
10 in
with
the
Bogor.
morning.
I know.
Just the same.
I'm old-fashioned guy. Still use this kind of watch, right?
Just the same.
Except 12 hours time difference.
Yeah.
Di sini waktu malam, di sana waktu
Pagi.
pagi ya. Sarapan makan sarapan pagi, di sini waktu my broken bahasa Malaysia is no more than that much, only a few words.
Yeah, that's
Still good. Still some words, Indonesian words.
But I still remember, I told that story many times. First time when I came to Bandung, when I was living in Malaysia, I was checking in a hotel. I said, somebody there, I don't remember, he or she. I tried to impress that person at the reception desk. I said, Selamat Patang. And I don't remember, he or she said, sir, are you from Malaysia? I could have said Selamat Sore.
Yeah, selamat sore. Selamat petang.
Then I learned that.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Salim, for making this event filled with laughter and joy. And if may we know, like, how is the current situation now in Oklahoma, or in your position, or in your place in the US?
In terms of COVID, I
Yes.
assume you're, Oklahoma, we have about 4 million people in our state. 6 or 7,000 dead. For the time being, they say things are relatively under control, but unfortunately, some people are against the vaccination for some reason which I cannot comprehend.
Okay.
Therefore, things are okay. I mean, in my lifestyle, I have pretty isolation. Campus is safe. Hopefully, things will be okay.
Yes, hopefully, hopefully everything will be okay and this pandemic shall pass soon.
We hope
And
so. We hope
thank you so much, Professor Salim.
Thank you so much.
And next, maybe we would like to greet our international reviewer from the Philippines. And it's been so nice because I've been to Philippines before. And Professor Vivian Darakan, would you like to greet us?
Yes, a pleasant morning to each of you. It's around 11:14 a.m. here in the Philippines. So let me take this opportunity to thank the organizing and steering committee for inviting me and involving me in this particular symposium. So in advance, I would like to congratulate the committees involved in preparing for the symposium of IWoRS.
Thank you so much.
Once again.
And thank you so much for your help. All right, as our keynote speakers have been ready, and now we will return to the moderator for the second discussion and plenary session. And we would like to please Professor Buan Anshari to lead the next presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, MC, Mr. Rusti. Good morning. Welcome back to our plenary session. I am very pleased to see you again. In this new speaker, all participants, please allow me to be a third person in this plenary session. For the second plenary session, there are two excellent keynote speakers come from reputed institution in United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates. The plenary speech today will cover current research on development of adhesive in engineering wood product for adhesive-free timber building and the development of tall timber building. I'm absolutely sure that this sharing knowledge from these keen researchers this conference topic will be useful for us in the future. To make our conference run smoothly, it is necessary to remind all participants to mute all microphone during presentation to avoid any noisy. You can write down the question at the end of session to be answered by there are two now. The first one is Professor. Let me introduce first the first keynote speaker, Dr. Jong Wei Guang. Executive Director of Advanced Material Research Center of Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. Previously, is reader in the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom. Prof. Guang already published about more than 150 scientific papers. International Journal in lightweight composite structure, in timber structure, and latitude structure, and so on. So now times is here for about 30 or 40 minutes to give presentation about your topics about free adhesive timber building. Time is yours, Prof. Guang.
Thank you. Thank you, Bowen, for your introduction. So I will share my screen. So I will talk about kind of adhesive-free engineered wood products for adhesive-free timber buildings. So Bowen already introduced me actually, and now I already left Liverpool, so I'm in Abu Dhabi. So this project actually is I carried out a few years ago. So we have a kind of EU project and with 6 partners. So Liverpool is the leading partner, and we have National University of Ireland Galway as a partner, Technical University of Dresden in Germany, and then we have University of Lorraine in France, and also Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, and then the office Economic Wallon in Belgium. So this project funded by EU is cash not close to 3 million euros plus partners contribution 1.92 million euros. So it's a 3-year project. So we have quite a few industrial partners. You can see here. I mean, Twadder, maybe is in the UK. And also we have some partners from other countries. So outline for my talk, I will give a very brief introduction, and then I will talk about compressed wood dowels and the plates, and adhesive-free laminated timber beams, and cross-laminated timber panels and the connections. So all are made from compressed wood. There is no metallic fasteners, no glue. And experiment tests, so we carried out compressed wood dowels and plates, and also AFLT beams and AFCLT panels and the connections. And also we did some numerical modeling. And then the demonstrators. So we have 3 demonstrators, one in Liverpool, one is in France, one is in Germany. And then finally, summary. So we have about 5 million cubic meters of engineered wood products. And they were reproduced in EU even back to quite a few years ago, say back to 2013-14. So it's a large volume. And there are wasteful and harmful use of toxic adhesives in manufacturing of engineered wood products. So we use a lot of adhesives. And there are 6,000 tons of toxic adhesives currently used in manufacturing of 1 million cubic meter engineered wood products. And of course, everybody knows, this you get volatile organic compounds in the emission. So this indoor air quality will be affected. I mean, we don't know what's the long-term effect on human beings' life. And there is no proper research has been done in this area. So another issue, of course, is the recycling and the reusing problems. So because those timber, with some metal fasteners and nails, so very difficult to recycle and to reuse. So most of them, to put into landfill. So very expensive practice. And therefore, our way forward, we use adhesive-free beams, and adhesive-free panels, which is and the connections, so that we can overcome this problem. So how we make compressed wood dowels? So we have uncompressed timber, and we sorting those timber by density, and then we cut into timber sections, and then we rounding off timber sections. We use aluminum mold, and then we use hydraulic press. Use hot press. We need the temperature and the pressure and the time, of course. So and then we just cool down under pressure until temperature less than 60 degrees. And then we have airtight plastic bags to put inside to keep moisture content. And then we have our compressed wood dowels. So this is a hot press machine. It's 200 ton, 400 degrees Celsius hydraulic, hot press machine we use to make dowels. So this is the mold. The mold, you can see if we place timber, like this, and then we close the molds, and then we will produce dowels. So here is a short video just to show you how we but this is just 2 dowels, but 2 different sizes. But you will get idea, how we produce the dowels. So you can see that we press, and once this, male mold and female mold stopped, and then we get our, dowels, yeah. So this dowel is like this, this is, compressed wood dowels. And of course, you probably know, you can only press in the radial direction. I mean, Buan knows, very clearly because they produced, compressed wood back to Kyoto University quite many years ago. So this is a uncompressed and a compressed wood. So this is, compression direction. As I said, it would be radial direction. You cannot do other 2 direction, tangential and the longitudinal direction is no chance. You're going to damage timber. Okay? So this is the dowel we produced. So this is the Western Hemlock dowels, and this is the Douglas fir. So this is wood before press, and after press, you see this, is reduced. Dimension is reduced about 66%. So you get a much higher density and strength as well. So this again is Douglas fir, this is Western Hemlock. So this is optical microscope. So we have this uncompressed Douglas fir. So we can see the wood cell very clearly. And after compressed, so this is being closed the gap, and then you see that's how we make a compressed wood, and there's no damage of the wood cell. So if we talk about the material properties enhancement, so Scots pie before compress is density is 556 kilogram per cubic meter, and after compress, we get a density is 1,289, and this is compressed wood, another type, so you can say huge. This is a fractional modulus, so this is properties enhancement is huge. Yeah, it's more than doubled, and this is a fractional bending strength, also is more than doubled. Yeah, so the increase 150%, and this the Western Hemlock is I don't need to repeat many. It's just increase density, mechanical properties, and is significantly. Yeah, these are other species. So I just want to save time. So we just move on. So we did some tests. So this is is compressed with the Dow is inside, and we do kind of a double shear test, and we say there's a direction. So if we place Dow, the grain is parallel, and then you get a higher strength, higher load carrier capacity. If you place like this way, grain of the Dow is perpendicular to the wood, and you get a lower strength, yeah, lower, and the stiff modulus. So we can have ductility, we can work out, And also we did kind of recovery test. So we immerse, compress the Dow in water. So this is say diameter is 10.5 millimeters. That is it's before we put it into water. So and this is original. So this is before we press, and we press from 22 down to 10.5. And then, if we dip into water, so we get a spring back, yeah. But usually, this is the band, property for wood. You get a large moisture-dependent behavior. But we try to make use of this behavior because we insert compressed Dows to collect the timber laminates. So this spring back, actually, we get tighter fit. So that's the good, we make use of these properties, yeah. So this is kind of a swelling, and with time, so it stays. So for Scots pie, it's above, so we get a little bit higher swelling after more than 150 days, and then we got specified middle, so Scots pie and middle, so depends which location you use. So we get about 10%, but that is putting inside outside the air, ambient condition. So we have compressed compression strength for radial direction. So we have 3 universities actually carried out tests. So many just Scots pine, spruce, beech, oak, so like from the University of Liverpool. We did, this is the first one is the University of Liverpool, last one is the University of Lorraine in France. So we can say, this kind of compressive strength, we get, is 50, 55, this, and this is compressed by 68%, so it's maximum compressive ratio you get, yeah. But this spruce, is much higher. It's close to 100 megapascal. Yeah. So this is kind of push out shear test, double shear test. So we have different, peak load. This is in kilonewton. Yeah. So we can say, this, is quite, with compressive ratio, this is a different compressive ratio. Yeah. So we get different, strengths. And this here now is how we make adhesive-free laminated timber beams. So here we talk about, so we drill a hole and laminates, a few laminates. You can depend what's the depth of the beam you try to produce. So we have 3 laminates, 5, 7, and then we drill a hole, and then we push those compressive dowels through those holes, and then we have a beam. Yeah. So this is a beam we produced. Yeah. And this is, also we tried insert the compressive dowel in the kind of inclined direction. So we produce this kind of beams. And then we do the 4-point bending test. So with the loading rate 2 millimeter per minute. So this is kind of deflection. So we have very large deflection. And so it's ductile. Yeah, it's ductile performs, not like glulam beams. Is failure is a little bit, is brittle. Yeah. So, but of course, we have ductility. So the peak load, will be lower than glulam. Also stiffness. It's understandable. But you can design. You can, because we have limited time, so we only tested 50 millimeter dowel spacing. So you get a much higher load capacity and the stiffness, because this is 100 millimeter dowel spacing. Also, we didn't try other spacing. Also, we should try different diameter. So there's more work need to be done. And this is why we have ductile behavior, because dowel actually embedded into soft wood, into timber. Yeah, so that gave us very high deflection. So you can say they are shifted. Yeah, this is after large deflection. So this horizontal shifting because of this embedment deformation. Now is a CLT panel, a adhesive-free CLT panel. So pretty similar principles. We produce this kind of panel. So you place your timber laminates longitudinal, horizontal, longitudinal, and then this is a CNC machine we use to drill those panels. So we have to drill first. Yeah, and then we get this, the panel, CLT panel, adhesive-free CLT panel. So we have the longitudinal laminar, we have a transverse laminar. Yeah, this is the panel produced. Now this is a 4-point bending test for adhesive-free CLT panel. Yeah, so this is a kind of a damage cracks in the longitudinal direction, in the transverse direction. So again, we have this compare with adhesive, with conventional CLT panel, we have much lower stiffness, and we have a lower peak load. This is, as I said, is understandable, because adhesive, you get much higher stiffness, because there is no relative slippage until you get brittle failure. Yeah. So, but this one can be, later I will show, we can improve this. Now this work carried out in Germany, so they make this kind of adhesive-free shear walls, and they test the shear wall. So they use compressed dowel again, to link, those laminates. Yeah, they use DIC to record the displacement field. Yeah, this is how they get this kind of a ranking test. Yeah, so this is it's a single row, and with compressed wood and 2 rows. uncompressed, the 2 rows is compressed wood. So they compare, some without compressed wood. Now I'm going to move to the connection. So this is a beam-to-beam connection. And you see this is compressed wood plate. Yeah, and we have compressed wood dowels. So we insert this plate, to reinforce the connection, and we use dowel. Yeah, so this is the beam-to-beam connection produced. So this work was carried out in Ireland, in the National University of Ireland, Galway. Yeah. And this is the test carried out in a bending test. Yeah. So this is the short video clip just show. This is bending test. This is close to the failure. Yeah. So that's the failure. So this is the failure mode. So this is 6 dowel rows. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 dowels. This is another 6 dowels. So the total is 12 dowels. This is load displacement curve. Yeah. So we get quite high load carrier capacity. And so this is a full plate connection, and we have a linear plate connection. There's 2 approaches. Yeah, this is the 8 dowel. So we have different dowel pattern to get a connection. So this is a load against the displacement. Yeah. So it's a reasonable. I mean, we compare with steel dowel. They are comparable load carrier capacity. So joint is quite good. Yeah. So you can say this is a comparison. Yeah. So we have steel timber, compressed wood timber. Yeah. So this is it's a steel connection, compressed wood connection. So they are not hugely different. Yeah. Also, we did the connection beam to column connection. So this is a column, this is the beam. So we have compressed wood to link both components, and then we have compressed wood dowels to get those 2 members, connect. Yeah. So this is the beam to column connection. Yeah. And this is testing. So that's kind of a failure mode we get. So this is cable loading. Yeah. So you can see this is compressed with the dowel and compressed with the plate actually rotated because of deformation. So this is how the failure mode. Yeah. So there's a compressed with the plate actually damage it. You can see this the large crack and also rotation. Yeah. There's another damage. So the dowel is damaged. Yeah. And this again, this compressed wood, plate actually moved out. Yeah, this is a load against the joint slip. So we have quite a high load carrier capacity, more than 40 kilonewton, and the peak load. So this is is another connection. Yeah, still beam to column connection. Yeah. So this is different. So you have tension perpendicular to the grain failure. So that's you can see. So this is the peak load. Of course, you get perpendicular to the grain failure. Yeah. So this just I think the paper. This paper is already published, or I think is submitted in my memory. So there was submitted a paper in construction and the building materials. This shear failure parallel to grain, is here. Yeah. So this just show different beam to column connections, different performs, of course, different, dials you use, say 12, 4, 6, this kind of a situation. So here I just show this, the BCCD4E. So we have just a, 4 dials, and this is 6 dials, yeah. So you can imagine the 6 dials, will be higher, yeah, than 4 dials. This is 4 dials, the same number of dials is too small. This is, another connection, just show you, this is the real beam to quantum connection. Yeah. Also, the numerical modeling, we have Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology to carry out all numerical modeling. So they write a user-defined subroutine to simulate performs. And this is the equation. I don't need to go through this. So they did model, say the beam, yeah, and so they have simulation is the red, and the green is the test results. Yeah. So this is a kind of failure mode. They simulated, and this is the panel. Yeah, this is the panel. 4-point bending. And also we did vibration modeling. So this is Lorraine, University of Lorraine carried out different modes, vibration mode, different frequencies of different, model. Yeah. So this is, the mode 2, mode 1.1, and the 0.2 and 2.1. So different, of course, this not real, they exaggerated, this mode to visualize, the shape. And also we carried out a fire test in Lorraine. So we have fire here. So we have, use steel dowel, use compress of the dowels. So we get, different. So this of course there is use adhesive, and we use because we have to compare, yeah. So this is use steel dowels, yeah. So the different settings we did that, and also they did the numerical modeling as well, yeah. So here I can show you, this is use compressed wood or densified spruce dowels, yeah, and this is how the temperature distribution. So this is after fire test, and this one uses steel dowels, yeah, and you can say, this because the steel is a very good conductor, so you get a much higher temperature distribution, yeah. So we talk about here temperature is more than 1,000 degrees. Yeah. So this there's different temperature distribution. So after 60 minutes modeling, yeah. So we can say the steel dowel, of course, is worst, yeah. And by adhesive, so these are by the compressed of the dowel, the temperature distribution with adhesive. Adhesive actually is slightly higher in this region. Now finally is the demonstrator. Yeah, so we have a Liverpool demonstrator. So the Liverpool demonstrator actually located in Leeds Garden. So Leeds Garden is in Wirral. So it's through the Mersey River, to other side of this actually in Cheshire, Chestershire. Yeah. So we have this garden actually belongs to University of Liverpool. So this is architectural design. Yeah, this kind of demonstrator, and then it's about 35 square meters. Yeah. So this is after finish this demonstrator. Yeah. And the inside this is under construction. So you can see this is CLT panel with compressed wood dowels. You can clearly see so this adhesive free section. Yeah, also we have beam as well. So this free beam, and this is the finishing. Many is this is the adhesive-free part, and another part actually we use adhesive, so we can get a like-to-like comparison. Yeah.
Prof. Guang, may I interrupt you? For 5 minutes left.
Okay, yeah, I need to finish.
Next shorter, yes.
Yeah. So this is the demonstrator in France, in Norway. So they have large areas, 111 square meters, and the weight, height, length, so that's good. So this is a kind of a structure in a demonstrator. So we use compressed dowels to connect roof truss. So this is after construction finished. So this is a German demonstrator. So it's a kind of Dresden demonstrator. It's the art, it's kind of an art piece. So they use compressed wood connection to make this art piece, and designed by architects. So this is after the finish. So it's not a real building we talk about. Yeah. So how can we improve? We can, in theory, to insert horizontal dowels, not just the vertical dowels. We can insert the horizontal dowels that try to prevent a relative slippage between laminates. So that's the one approach. And another approach, of course, to make this kind of shape. So you can make this kind of shape in a compressive dowel, and then to insert. You can cut laminates before. This will be much more effective approach. Yeah. Also, you can use compressed wood to make wooden pallets. Yeah. So there is no rusting because you use compressed wood, or no use steel, and very easy to recycle because there is no metallic components inside. You can easily cut. You can easily reuse it. Yeah. So summary, I don't need to rate, so many. Just we carried out this multinational project, and then we developed the adhesive-free engineered wood products, and then we made kind of demonstrator use engineered wood products. Yeah. So this of course acknowledge this Interreg funding from Europe. Yeah. And also this is the partner names. Yeah. So we have a final photos for my group. Yeah. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. Is there any question?
Thank you, Prof. Guang. A very interesting presentation about compressed wood as a dowel. So it is no chemicals adhesive in this building, so it's a more friendly environment. So we move to the next presenter. There is a question and answer after the finish with the second keynote speaker. You stay with us, Prof. Guang. Yes. So for the next speaker, we are welcome to Dr. Wen Sao Chang from Sheffield University, United Kingdom. Before start, I'd like to read his short CV or introduce Dr. Chang's short CV. Now you're working in the School of Architecture, the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. The background: PhD, MSc, and BSc degree from Department of Architecture and National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. The career: senior lecturer in Sheffield. Before is lectured at the University of Bath, United Kingdom. Previously, GSPS postdoctoral fellow and visiting associate professor in Kyoto University. And we meet there in 2009, Dr. Chang. His research interest in timber engineering, bamboo engineering, structural materials, building conservation, earthquake engineering. Dr. Chang produced about 131 articles according to Google Scholars and have 1,000 citations. How are you, Dr. Chang?
Good, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, sorry for you wake up in a late night in UK.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Right.
Okay. Okay,
so,
welcome to Times Issue for about 30 minutes.
Okay, so should I make a start?
You can share your screen, please.
Okay, yeah. So let me share my screen. Right. Okay. So thanks for your invitation, Bonson. It's been a long time not to have a connection. Right. So today I'm going to talk more general, not that technical, about the tall timber buildings development in the UK. Some of you, or maybe many of you, have known that tall timber building has become a quite big movement across the whole world. And it all starts with the development of a new material. This is what we call CLT, cross-laminated timber. I'm sure that you would know that in Indonesia. And since the start of this development, it was maybe about 30 or 40 years ago, well, maybe 30 years ago. It was developed in Austria, and then started to have a series of experiments, and then try to put them into a product. So this is the development of this product that you can see that the production is production has increased quite drastically. I think just a couple of years ago, it had exceeded 1 million cubic meter per year production, and it was mainly because of the main players in the UK. They have double their capacity, so you can see that the production curve, increased quite drastically. That may about every year that is still in the rate of about 20% increase in capacity. So, and still, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. So, if you want to order cross-laminated timber, not only in the UK, not only in Europe, but also in Japan and North America, you have to wait for a long time to be delivered. And so everything started from this building. It was completed in London in 2009. Actually, it was an interesting project because at the time that local authority set the carbon target that the carbon the carbon footprint need to be reduced by 20%. And the architects, who was quite brave, went to the local authority and asked that if I use timber, can I consider that I have negative, so can I consider the carbon storage, so I can, so I can have 20% reduction in carbon footprint. And the local authority say, okay, yeah, then, so architect was quite happy. He designed this building. And he tried to talk to a contractor, and the contractor say no, because at the time, imagine that 13 or 12 years ago, there was no one had experience in building that 8 or 9-story timber buildings at the time. So architect tried to find another way to convince contractor, and they came up with this, they came up with this justification. Say, what, if you use cross-laminated timber, and the whole process of building just like Lego, so so you can build very, very quickly. If you can complete in a shorter period, if the construction period is shorter, that will help your cash flow, which is very, very important to a contractor. So the contractor decided, okay, so we will give it a go. And, so this was the, so this was the structure that you can see that basically just like, just like Lego, just like a honeycomb. And then they work out that, they just construction stage itself, they have saved 124 tons of carbon. And then if they also include the storage of carbon within the wood, which is about 188, they in order that in total they can save up to 300 tons of carbon in this project. And so some people just feel that, so this means that you will cut a lot of tree. So it doesn't sound right. But later, what they have worked out is that the amount of the tree that you cut in order to build this, building, would be similar to half of the amount of the tree that we cut in London, to supply free newspaper in London, which means that if you don't provide any free newspaper in London now, that you can build two building in this type every day. And also so it doesn't seem to wrong. So in that sense. So what they have found is that if the whole project was built in concrete, that will the project would have taken 72 weeks, but later they only use 49 weeks to complete, which means that they save 23 weeks, which nearly half a year. So imagine that if you are the construction company, that you can complete your project about 6 months earlier than it was planned. This means that you can get the money earlier, so that will help your cash flow. And, it is a huge benefit to contractor. And also what I have found is that because wood is very, very lightweight, so you don't need to, build a tower crane. You just need to use mobile crane. And normally in London, roughly, if you need to use a tower crane every day, that you are spending about £50,000 every day just for the tower crane. So tower crane is quite expensive equipment to have. So so they save a lot of money on that. And also the way that they built was that they have 4 Australian workers that they basically load all the cross-laminated timber panel on the lorry in Austria, in a factory. And then they drove from Austria to London. It took about 1 day. So when they, so Monday morning, they loaded the COT panel, and then they arrived London in the afternoon. And then they have a rest. Then they only work Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so 3 days a week. And on Friday, they drove the lorry back to Austria. And then they have a weekend. And the next week, the Monday next week, they did the same thing. And in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 3 days in a week, they could have completed 1 story. So imagine that this building is 9 story, but actually it's a 1 story concrete ground floor. On top of that is 8 story timber, cross-laminated timber part. So just timber part itself only took about 8 to 9 weeks, 8 weeks for 8 story, and the next week they used to finish up everything. So in total, they only use 9 weeks. so it really showed the potential for fast erection, and fast erection is very, very important because the whole city, the whole environment could be less distracted. Okay, so since 2009, that house was built. Then at the same time there was another building in London, quite close to that house actually, called Brippo House. It was an 8-story, but 8-story purely in timber. But that house was 9-story, so it's 1-story concrete plus 8-story timber. And after that, the Australian found that cross-laminated timber has huge potential. So they brought the whole team that designs that house to Melbourne, and then they built this 10-story forte building, which comprises 1-story concrete floor, and then on top of that will be 9-story timber. And later, this is the 14-story modular building in Scandinavia. And again, it was a quite interesting building that they tried to make everything modular so they could erect very, very quickly. So if we see from 2009 to what happened now, that in 2009 we have this that house, and then 2012 we have this forte building in Austria, and then 2015 or 16, I think, we have this treat, and then now the tallest building was completed 2019, and this is the high. You can see that the height has increased from 58 meter to, I think this is 85 or 86 meter, just in 10 years time. So you can imagine, but in reality, I believe that now across the whole world, there are several 40 plus story timber buildings. So that would be about, maybe more than 140 meters timber buildings that are either being designed or being reviewed. Yeah. London alone, that I knew that, there might be, they have not disclosed, but there might be one or two that they are, either the client are considering or they are reviewing based on some regulation. So, so this is a very, very big movement. And, but what are the challenges? What really stop this to, continue to happen? One is, the vibration, and another is the fire. So we will start with fire, and this really, the Great Grenfell Tower fire really changed the whole landscape. So this is, this is the photo that you can see. So this happened 2017. And what happened was that, it was a fire that killed 72 people. So 72 people were killed just overnight because of this fire, and nothing, there was no timber in Grenfell. But what happened was that this fire really, really scared people. So, so REBA, announced that they welcomed it, and, later that UK government, they had a review, and then they started to set the regulation that there should not be any combustible material in the cladding. And REBA say that, yeah, they welcome this ban. And but later, in a way that they found that, it's really, really overplayed. So, everything become too strict that really stop people from using timber. So later, REBA, you can see that call on government to exclude structural timber from combustible ban. So you can see that I mean, government try to do something to make people feel happy, to make people feel more comfortable. And then, but they overplay, you know, so REBA also play, you know, to me, they also play a role within that, you know, in the beginning, they say, yes, we should do that. And then later they say, no, no, we should not overdo that. And so what happened now is that, you know, for the, you know, for the building that has 6th floor and above, you should not use timber on the, you know, on the, you know, outside the building, which means that, you know, this create a lot of problem. For example, if we want to design and we want to build the same building as we have built that house that in 2009, we won't be able to do that because that has timber, you know, in the facade, and it's not allowed now. So you know, so there have been some interesting discussion, and I think you know, we all know this, you know, timber is a compostable material, and that will start to burn. But you know, if you really see that, you know, you will find that, you know, steel is not any better. You know, steel is the residual strength of steel will decrease to 10% when the fire has 700 degrees Celsius in temperature, and then concrete is the same. You know, so basically, to me, concrete and steel are the same. You know, they are both problematic in fire. So it's not timber alone. Yes, timber will burn, but it will burn in a more controllable way. That, you know, like in Euro Code 5, we find, you know, we know it very, very clearly that, you know, timber has a burning rate of 0.7 millimeter per minute. So we can somehow work out, you know, if we need to add any thickness you know, outside the structural member. So we can do it in a more controllable way. But, you know, for steel and concrete, you will not know. I mean, it won't take too long for the fire to reach 700 degrees Celsius. So, you know, so there are lots of uncertainty for concrete and steel buildings in the fire. But the problem comes from the perception. So we are working, you know, hard to sort of help people to understand. So we have a lot of organization, and this is an interesting, you know, this is an interesting example. This was the fire in 2015. It was the building laboratory in University of Nottingham. I saw this fire and I thought that, oh, you know, it burned quite quick, you know, it burned quite big. So I thought that it might be, you know, lightweight timber structure. But later I realized, oh no, this is a mass timber building. And then when I had a chance to meet with my one of my former students, and he told me that he led a team to design this building, and the fire, you know, the fire duration period for this building was about, I think, was 2 hours, but the building stood in the fire for 4 hours. So later, University of Nottingham was quite happy, and they feel that, okay, because we know that, you know, even for the original design, the building can last for 4 hours, so we are happy. So we want to have the same building. So actually, later they built exactly the same building, but with different fire compartment. And the fire was reviewed by the fire department in the UK. You know, so they gave them some suggestion. And this is how it looked like, you know, when we really burned down. You know, but basically, the university was happy because they have already done a fire test. Someone had done that for them. You know, so this is a fire issue that really stopped, you know, progress of tall timber building in the UK. Probably not in the whole world, but, you know, especially in the UK. You know, so there are some useful information that if you want to know more about fire safety in tall timber building, you know, this is a very useful website. I will pass this PowerPoint slide to Guan-san, so, you know, so you can check that out. And another issue is the serviceability of tall timber building. What we mean by serviceability, fire will burn down the building, so the building will collapse, the building will be destroyed. But serviceability is simply just, the building can no longer provide proper service. So where's the problem? So, so we design the building based on the building code, and the engineer try to crack down the number, and they try to erect on site, and then when wind blow, and then people will get angry because it vibrate quite significantly. So, and it also costs money. So wind-induced vibration is really an issue for tall timber buildings. And I just give you an example, like in building code, we have different way to estimate the natural frequency. Like in concrete and in steel, but nothing for timber. In damping ratio and natural frequency, and these are the most fundamental parameters that we need to understand. So we my team started, because we knew that it was important. So I led the PhD student really to collect some information. So we measure several multi-story timber buildings across the whole world. So some in Italy, some in Austria, some in Germany, some in the UK, and so even some in the Scandinavian country, Norway, Sweden. And we even measure some taller towers that taller than the tallest timber building at the time. So these are the tower, these are the timber towers that we have measured. And we even measure one, so this wind turbine power tower is very, very interesting, because that was it's about 100 meter high in height, and we also measure the vibration. So this is during the construction that you can see. So basically, this tower is made by wind turbine power made by timber. And so these are the tower that we have measured, and then we measure, we work out the acceleration of these, all these flexible timber buildings, and this is the ISO standard that basically we need to comply. So what we really want to see is that, in principle, we want to see all the timber buildings are below this threshold. And then if I show you, that you will find that nearly every building that we have measured, they all exceed the limitation. This means that they have quite significant vibration that maybe exceed the serviceability limit. So this is really an issue that we need to address. So how about the future? The future that, so you can see that, some people, they will start to dream that, oh, I want to build a 100-story timber buildings in the future. Yes, these are all possible, but you need to address fire and vibration issue. And another is that I want to show you, this is very, very early, this is very, very early project from SOM that they study, like 40 plus timber building and compare with steel and concrete, and then they show the possibility. But like I say, in the past, tall timber building movement moved very, very quickly, but later we have faced vibration and fire issue. And the future would be that, we need to address these two issues in order to get taller. So in a way that I can see maybe somewhere in the world, probably not in London, because now the UK has already slowed down in this, but because of the fire regulation and vibration issue. But other countries might, continue to grow, their timber building might continue to grow taller and taller. And I think this is the last slide that I have. Thank you very much. Any question?
Thanks, Dr. Chang. I hope all audience enjoy this amazing presentation. Now we'll move to the question and answer session. Any other question from the audience for two speakers?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
For
Professor
Professor Guan, as we all know, cross-laminated timber is quite expensive. I was just wondering, how is the cost when we compare the cross-laminated timber to your proposed product, which has no adhesive, only connectors and everything? Are they comparable or a little bit more expensive? Just a curiosity.
Yeah. Thanks, Salim. Of course, this depends upon what's the production mass. So if you produce a small amount, of course, it will be more expensive because you have to make compressed with the dowels first, and then you drill a hole, you insert your dowel to connect the laminates. But if we have automated production line, so you make your dowel, quite a large mass of dowel, and you drill a hole, use multiple drills machine, and you insert in a kind of a production line. And in that case, and if you sell more, the price will be reduced.
Yeah.
So at the moment, this is kind of a pioneered study, and is definitely more expensive compared with adhesive one.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of niche market, high end.
Yeah. It's if people pay more attention about the environmental protection, about the indoor air quality, and so you can have people would like to pay more money to get this kind of adhesive-free product. Actually, in the UK, one a customer from our partners, they have clients just want to have adhesive-free connections.
Yeah.
So this could be I mean, in future, because nowadays we get more and more attention about the environmental protection. So there should be some market. Yeah.
Definitely in European countries, things are much more sustainable, and energy utilization is much more efficient as compared to North American countries, including United States and Canada.
I think Europe pay more attention about the environmental protection.
One more quick comment. As we all know, wood products are hygroscopic material. It will shrink and swell. And you mentioned there will be certain spring back when we look at those the dowels. I was always wondering, are they going to create some kind of stress around the solid wood?
Yes. I mean, they will produce some stress, localized stress, because this spring back, but this stress won't cause damage unless you put this engineered wood products, this one outdoor, to get rainwater. So actually, I have we did the test. We simply just place these products on the roof. So we have, because in the UK we have a lot of rains, so you can have cracks.
Yeah,
yes.
Especially when
indoor is fine.
Okay, snow load and all those things, you may have something, but for the indoor partition, I understand.
Yeah. Indoor condition is no problem. Just outdoor. You have problem. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, thank you, Prof. Guang, for your answer from Prof. Salim question. I take the question from the chat room. The first question, is there any specific range of moisture content and density of wood material that's allowed to be used making dowel? The second one, is there a range of molding temperature?
Just one by one.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
is there any specific range of
I'll answer the
content?
first question. First question. Of course, there is the moisture content, and is relatively low compared with ambient moisture. So we talk about 5-6% moisture content, and so the ambient moisture content people know is 12 to 15%. So that is because that's why we need to place compress the dough in the plastic bag with a sealed plastic bag to keep this low moisture content.
Okay. So from the low to the plate.
I mean, you did the test, for the reinforcement beam, so this you deliberately have a lower moisture content, and then after insertion, this expansion, you got a pre-camber. Yeah, that's from your PhD project. Yeah.
Yes. I remember now.
What's
is my
question?
supervisor when I did PhD. Yes.
What's the second question?
The second was, is there a range of the molding temperature for making dowel from different wood species? Or is the molding temperature made the same for any kind of wood species? Such as we made only 400 degrees Celsius for our wood or something temperature, any other temperatures for special species?
I mean, we target this kind of soft wood which actually produced by tree farms. So it's a fast growing trees. So that is much more effective. If you try to compress like this high density wood, high density tree, it won't be that effective because we try to use low quality trees to produce compressed wood. So it's more economic, and also you have higher enhancement mechanical properties and the density. So don't try to compress the always like hard wood, so you won't be effective. Yeah, will be if we talk about the density, maybe around the 400, 500, this kind of density, kilograms per cubic meter.
The next question, is there any influence if you make AF laminated timber from one wood species combined with the dowels from different wood species in terms of the dimension stability?
I think different species, I mean, for the compress of the dowels itself, I don't think it will have a huge influence because if you compress, you get higher, stiffness and the strength. Because for the laminate, use a kind of soft wood, to make laminates. So different species, you may have different performance, but I don't think it will be hugely different. Of course, people use hardwood dowels, but hardwood dowels is we may have problem for long-term service life, because once this moisture lost hardwood dowel, and then those connections you may have loose fitting. But the use compressed wood dowels, this tight fitting actually is very sustainable. So that's the point I would like to put, I would like to say, this, because I know, probably other audience, they know, in Switzerland, there is the hardwood dowel buildings already there, 5-story buildings. They use hardwood dowels.
All right.
And also, hardwood dowels, you have to cut, traditional forest, or you have to have very long growing time. So that's another, kind of disadvantages for hardwood dowels.
All right, thank you. But the last from this, is it possible or proper to use adhesive-free laminated timber for construction which contact with soil? Would the hollow for the dowels can facilitate the fungi or grow the termite attack? Is it vulnerable? I mean, attack from grow termite in this dowel.
What do you mean? With soil? So you mean the buried?
Contact with soil.
Contact. So
Yes.
so that means in the foundation. You mean?
Yes. Yes.
I would think we haven't done this kind of experimental work. I would think the moisture in soil certainly will affect your expansion, compressed down expansion. You may get cracks, with high moisture content, because if you remember, I showed this the moisture dependent expansion is huge. So you will like to get cracks. But of course, if you use some coatings, for the parts to contact soil, you may ease this problem. So the coating will be kind of a water resistant coating.
Okay, I think already answered the question for all. Any other questions from the audience? I can see from the chat room, the question for Dr. Chang already answered in the chat room from Lutfi Abdullah, and he is satisfied with the explanation. Any other question for the two speakers? Probably from me, Prof. Guang. From your presentation, I got the stiffness of proglulam or for a panel, so quite low with the normal CLT or normal glulam. How you can improve this stiffness or
what do you mean thickness? What do you mean? You mean the depth of the beam?
Yes, the depth of the beam. Yes.
Yeah, we have, of course, you have some limitation about depth of the beam, and the beam we produced is about 250, 270 millimeters, in depth. And for the panel, we have 5 laminates. So 5 laminates is 175 in my memory. This kind of thickness. Of course, you can increase thickness, because I saw some manufacturer actually produced dowel, for not compressed for the dowel, but for part of the dowel is over a meter in length. So in theory, you could produce thicker or more deeper beam, and also more higher thickness of CLT panel. But of course, this if you compete with adhesive CLT, adhesive glulam, I think there is a limit. But the glulam beam, I know people produce 1.7 meter in depth. So 1.7 meter deep beam. But that will be difficult, because if you get a deep beam, so the drive will compress of the dowel through a hole. That can be an issue.
Okay. There is one more question from Prof. Wahyu Dwianto for Prof. Guang. Has the compressed wood dowel already fixed, so it will not recover to its initial shape due to moisture?
What do you mean? The fixed dimension, you mean?
Yes.
The dimension, as I said before, we try to make use of spring back of compressed wood. So there is, dimension, of course, will be changed a bit, but not much, because it's been constrained by surrounding wood. So this expansion, that's why we get a tighter fit. So there is no, according to our experimental work, and the stress relaxation is not a big issue.
Okay. Probably one more question for Dr. Chang. You said about the vibration issue, and how about fire resistance of tall building? What you concerned about fire resistance of tall building timber engineering? Because many people said it's combustible material. For this. Any improvement about fire resistance of tall building in timber engineering?
Well, I mean, fire resistant in old building is also a problem in the UK. But after I moved to the UK, what I found is that because in the UK, timber, old timber building tend to have an organization to look after. Yeah, so. Of course, from time to time, you can see that some old buildings will burn down. But what I found is that not that often. So I think it's generally the perception of people's perception of fire that people has. So yes, whether it's new building or old building, as long as it's timber, it will be burned. It will burn. But I think something that I want to say again is that timber tend to burn in a more controllable way. Yeah, it has a quite constant charring rate that and then when it char, the outside part that will have a lower thermal conductivity that will protect the inside part of timber. So I would say that if your section is big enough, then normally you will be okay. Of course, if you get fire, if you get burned, you will need to, you will need to fix that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chang, for clarify your question. Very clear. Now we are closing to the run out our time. It finished at 12:35. So 4 minutes left. Probably I inquire closing statement from Prof. Guang for 1 and 2 minutes and Dr. Chang for 1 or 2 minutes. Please welcome Dr. Guang. Some closing statement for this your presentation.
You ask me, Guang?
Yes.
Okay.
Prof. Guang first.
Okay. I mean, thank you, organizers. Thank you, Guang, to invite me to give this keynote speak. I think the timber construction doesn't matter you use a adhesive-free one or adhesive one. I think have a lot of potential in environmental protection. I mean, nowadays people pay more and more attention. I think the one thing we need to change people's mind is because people always think to use wood, you cut a traditional forest. Actually, we don't. We use the kind of fast-growing tree planted in tree farms, because you can plant your trees systematically, you harvest systematically. So in that situation, actually, you protect conventional or traditional forests. So we have a lot of work to do, to change people's mind in this, because most people, if you go to survey, they will think, you use more timber, you cut more trees, but that's not the real situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Guang, for nice closing statement. Now I welcome to Dr. Chang to give closing statement for this.
Okay. Well, I mean, thanks for your invite. It's been quite interesting, and also and also to see Professor Guang. It's been a long time.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah,
nice to see you.
And it just reminded me that I think the first meeting, the first conference of the with society in Indonesia, I was also there with Professor Kumatu, and this is why that when Bonsang asked me to do a presentation, I was very, very happy to accept that. But it's been a pleasure to do that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, actually, I met with Dr. Professor Komatsu, in Seoul, 2-3 years, 2018 WCT.
Yeah, in WCT, yeah.
So he's working in Nanjing Forestry University at the moment.
No,
I don't know whether he's still there. Probably he already left.
Well, I think he's now back to Kyoto.
Back to Kyoto. Okay, yeah. It's quite a few years ago. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for nice presentation. Would you give applause for all two excellent speakers? Thank you very much. See you on the next occasion, Prof. Wang and Prof. Chang. So I think it's finished for the second plenary session. So I give to welcome to MC to handle this.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Buan Ansari, PhD, for serving as moderator for the plenary and discussion sessions. We would also like to express our deep appreciation to all the keynote speakers for sharing their insights through a lively, informative presentations despite their packed schedules during this difficult time due to a global pandemic. We're appreciative for your presence with us today. Thank you. For the next session, we will take a break for a moment, but beforehand, we would like to request to all participants to remain on your seat because we're going to take some more group of pictures, and our operator will take some pictures of us together, and I will do a countdown from 3. Everyone, please be ready. And for those of you who are wearing masks at the moment, please kindly to take it off. All right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. Another one, please. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we're going to have lunch break. It's going to be starting from 12:30 to 1 p.m. Waktu Indonesia Tengah or Central Indonesia Standard Time. So it will be followed by parallel sessions that will be shared in some rooms. And a person in charge in every room will get all participants or presenters to get into their room correctly. With that, we would greatly appreciate if you all could be back in time. Thank you and enjoy your lunch break.
kangen akan kampung halaman. Karya ini terinspirasi ketika melihat aktivitas dan mengenang aktivitas ketika masa kecil, dan jadilah menelupu. Itu berkisah tentang bagaimana seorang anak
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Saya mau masuk ke room 2 gimana ya?
I will be the moderator for the room 1. Please invite me to be in the room. Please. The committee, could you please?
Halo.
I think we should be patient. We're just waiting, I think.
Oke. Linknya mana ya?
Sedang diurus, Pak. Sedang diorganize.
Oke, baik. Ya, baik-baik.
Alright.
Tadi sudah ada tuh Zoom breaking room, tapi sekarang hilang lagi dia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event today. And the time is now precisely 6 p.m. Waktu Indonesia Tengah, or Central Indonesia Standard Time. That implies the end of lunch time, and hence, all participants are encouraged to rush into the breakout rooms for the first parallel session one, sorry. And here, we have to make sure that all operators, moderators, presenters are ready to get into the correct room. And for all participants, please kindly choose join option in the correct breakout room available in the Zoom conference.
It's not available yet. Where is the link for the breaking room, please?
All right, we're still trying to figure it out to issue out the link, to post the link for the breakout room. Please.
There's already a job.
That.
Yeah. Go again.
All right, all participants are encouraged to access the link and try to rush into the breakout rooms based on your fixed room. And the operator have already shared the link for each breakout room. Thank you.
Please invite me to the room 1 because I am the moderator.
All right, to all participants, we kindly encourage you all to choose or click the join option into breakout room, and then you will be automatically accepted and got into the room.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't see the accept button in my screen.
Yeah, similar with me. I'm the moderator for GF6.
I'm the moderator for breakout room 2.
I can enter the break room. I cannot.
All right, for those of you who haven't been able to get into the correct room, please kindly to check once again on your screen. There is like a more option with 3 dots. And then try to click it, and then there will show breakout rooms. After you click it, and then there will be some options or some rooms with numbers, and then you can directly choose or click the appropriate room.
Halo, saya kok terlempar lagi ke main itu ya, main room.
Ya,
sama
saya terlempar juga.
Sama,
Ya,
sama
kenapa
Pak.
ya?
Sama.
Tiba-tiba
Memang semua. Saya juga diusir.
Pada jatuh luka terlempar semua itu Pak Imam.
Join lagi nih, join lagi. Join
Pak
again.
Imam kebanyakan merokok jadi terlempar itu.
Alright.
Mohon maaf,
Lalu
panitia.
ringan, join lagi,
Saya
Mas.
moderator di 6, kemudian barusan dikeluarkan, kemudian bagaimana?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the inconvenience, and please remain on your position and don't click close room, so that our operator will direct you to get into the breakout room. Okay. And try to log in again or to join again.
Please, the committee, I should open the program at the GF6, but I'm still not in GF6 room.
Okay. So Ibu, please try to accept if there is a notification, and then you will be directed to the, please kindly click join in the option.
I'm still in the main room. There is no join the break room, close of all, and then broadcast message all, and then I click the app.
All right. To Ibu, please kindly to find the 3 dots option, which is on the right side below, and then try to click it, and then they will show breakout rooms, and try to click it, and there will be some options of rooms there.
No. I cannot find the
Do you find it?
No, I find the
Okay,
break
it's actually on the below, like
the break room
on the right side. Yes.
Yeah,
break rooms.
Yeah, for rectangular, and then I click, and then after that,
and then
I
try
don't
to
know
join
why.
in one of the rooms.
Yeah, maybe the operator can add me, because before it's operator add me, and then after that operator, close.
Well, based on the information I received, that the operator have already let you to join the room.
But there is no
on the room 6.
Yep. but I don't know. I can join.
Okay, maybe the other way that you can do is just try to close your Zoom and then try to log in again. And then you will try to, and then the operator will direct you to the appropriate room that you are going to lead.
Okay. I leave the meeting.
Yes, try to exit first. Okay. Thank you, Ibu, for your nice cooperation.
Yeah, I have already here. And then? Yeah.
So please click join, Ibu. Okay. You've got into your room already now? All right.
Okay, you can see, you can hear, right? Okay, friends. Halo. Halo Bapak Ibu.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. And then this is the microscopic feature in radial direction. So I mean between hardwood, transition, and softwood. Almost similar in vertical variation. Yeah. Blue
All
color,
right.
there is
Hello,
no
Ibu. I'm sorry for the interaction.
variation.
Okay. Ibu atau Bapak ini? Bapaknya. Okay. I'm sorry, Professor Imam, for the interruption. Yes, it's actually, there is a mistake here. Please kindly to join the breakout room because we're still at the main room.
Maybe because he think that he will start at 1:30, maybe it's not going yet. I'm sorry.
Sasaksi is for whom? Samawasi is fish home. Bojo Monte is coffee home. Sasamulate is their home. They spread out the warmth through our smiles. The ones that are various beauty, calling for soul to come. The charm of natural beauty and preserved ancestral heritage adorn this island. A place where I cherish myself of its fascination. Feeling the peace in each drop of water. Greeting freely to hundreds, combined with warm sand and white sand where I put my feet. Pampered with the tiny culinary delights typical of the archipelago. For me, this island takes me to Elysian. I learned to love, and I know we have to love to keep. The love of our hometown and every single thing in it. Amazing little island, until the world is enchanted, blessed with beautiful beaches, has a unique attraction and the traditional cultural heritage. Is named West Nusa Tenggara.
Before we were born on this earth, nature has given us the best place to live. Lombok Sumbawa, where we are together. Wide open nature. From the fields to the ocean. Majestic Height Mountain, where the climber to the highest side. Fresh air from the unspoiled forest. Within in the lot of wildlife that is still sustainable. Beautiful charm of the ocean the enchanting marine park. Various tradition and culture that is still weak. When the wind blows calmly, rise from my heart, I want to guard every inch, a piece of heaven from West Nusa Tenggara.
Sasaksi is for whom? Samawasi is fish home. Bojo Mandi is coffee home. Sasamulate is their home. They spread out the warmth through our smiles. The warmth is beauty, calling for soul to come. The charm of natural beauty and ancestral heritage adorn this island. A place where I cherish myself of its fascination. Feeling the peace in each drop of water. Greeting freely to hundreds combined. And white sand where I put my feet. Pampered with the tiny culinary delights typical of the archipelago. For me, this island takes me to a legend. I learned to love And I know we have the love to keep. The love of our hometown and every single thing in it. Amazing little island until the world is enchanted, blessed with beautiful beaches, has a unique attraction and the traditional cultural heritage. Is named West Nusa Tenggara.
Before we were born on this earth, nature has given us the best place to live. Lombok Sumbawa, where we are together. Wide open nature. From the fields to the ocean. Majestic Height Mountain, where the climber to the highest side. Fresh air from the unspoiled forest. Waiting in the lot of wildlife that is still sustainable. Beautiful charm of the ocean and the enchanting marine park. Various tradition and culture that is still awake. When the wind blows calmly, rise from my heart, I want to guard every inch, a piece of heaven from West Nusa Tenggara.
Symposium International terlaksana dengan negara. Itu juga saya ucapkan terima kasih.
Puji syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, maka
Kita seharusnya di kabar-kabar ini ya untuk excursion ya.
Indah banget, terkenal Sembalun. Dulu pengen goes ke situ. Iya. Ya, no. Seninya combine Bali dengan lokal. Sambalnya kan gamelan Bali. Ini pengaruh kerajaan Karangasem. Dulu Karangasem kan sama Mataram kan. Gitu, pas.
Kesejatian diri dalam diri, cari penuntun dunia akhirat, ada badai sejak cari temu selamat dunia akhirat. Babat Lombok niki sang bau jari Polos bener tingkah laku, perangin tidak legumi tata, hendak sombong hendak cepat, lamun pilih nenek sakuasa, bagus gawe rumah, bagus kait gelori, lenge gawe rumah, lenge gait lema mari sekali.
All right, everybody. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the plenary room. And I would like to say thank you to all of you for being so nice, for being so active during your presentation. And please also give a huge applause to all our keynote speakers today for the dynamic fruitful session under the theme Inclusive Strategy Development for Sustainable Forestry Management through Social Protection and Economic Recovery during and after COVID-19. And I hope you have found the presentation in this event are informative and meaningful. Here I have a quick announcement to all participants that all presentation materials, certificates, and pictures of today's International Symposium can be easily accessed from our website at www.iwors.unram@ac.id. I'm gonna repeat once again. All presentation materials, certificates, and pictures of today's International Symposium can be easily accessed from our website at www.iwors.unram.ac.id. All right, on behalf of the committee of the 13th International Symposium of Indonesian Wood Research Society 2021, I would like to deliver sincere appreciation and wish to convey the gratitude for all your nice participation and hope to see you soon in the near future. And I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, baik kepada Bapak Ibu peserta International Symposium pada hari ini, mungkin terutama bagi ibu-ibu moderator, Bapak Ibu moderator, di sini ada Ibu Riksfardini Ermawar, ada Ibu Firda Syamani, Ibu Rati Damayanti, Ibu Isti Rahayu, dan Ibu Iwayan Swastana. Mungkin bisa memberikan kesan dan pesan bagi kami para panitia untuk International Symposium pada hari ini. Kami persilahkan.
Berurutan kan?
Bebas, Bu.
Oke.
Baik, Ibu silakan. Bagi yang ingin memberikan pesan dan kesan.
Ibu yang lainnya, tadi Mbak Firda sama siapa tadi tuh? Ya, makasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah, Bapak Ibu, saya sudah sangat bersyukur ya bisa bergabung di seminar ini, luar biasa dari pagi, pembicaranya keren-keren, ilmunya juga sangat luar biasa gitu, benar-benar ilmu baru. Ini saya salut sambil mendengarkan seminar itu sambil mikir panitia luar biasa nyari pembicaranya gitu, meskipun dapat dari kolega-kolega sendiri, tapi sebenarnya sangat berbobot seperti itu dan memberikan hal-hal yang sangat baru buat kita, terutama di bidang kayu, dan juga ternyata setelah mendengarkan dari teman-teman yang presentasi, apa yang dilakukan juga tidak kalah seperti itu gitu. Dan saya ucapkan selamat kepada para panitia yang luar biasa, masih muda-muda, masih semangat, anak ada di mahasiswa, dosen-dosen muda. Ini luar biasa dari awal, kerjanya luar biasa. Saya nggak bisa bilang melatih karena saya rasakan seperti itu dari kemarin. Jadi dari awal dari tahun lalu begitu ya sampai sekarang pelaksanaan, alhamdulillah saya merasa secara pribadi lancar, dan tadi dalam sesi diskusi juga itu sangat hidup insya Allah, karena semuanya benar-benar datang niat untuk mencari ilmu bareng-bareng. Dan juga disampaikan salam kepada para senior di sini yang tetap hadir sampai akhir, sampai ujung, memberikan semangat kepada adik-adik yang masih mahasiswa, yang masih baru masuk ke dalam dunia kayu, untuk terus berprestasi dan selalu memberikan semangat-semangat yang positif termasuk saran-sarannya. Demikian dari saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Ibu atas pesan dan kesan yang telah diberikan. Selanjutnya mungkin kita persilakan Bapak Iwayan Swantana untuk memberikan pesan dan kesan. Oh, maaf. Ya, ini mungkin sesinya lebih formal, lebih informal Bu ya, dibanding Bapak Ibu semuanya, dibanding yang sebelumnya. Dan selanjutnya, ya, dan selanjutnya, maaf, kita akan memberikan sebuah short video dan kita persembahkan spesial untuk para panitia dan juga para seluruh peserta pada acara kita hari ini. Dan video tersebut akan segera kami putar. Silakan menikmati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, seminar nasional Mapeki dan Symposium internasional IWoRS sudah kita laksanakan. Alhamdulillah sudah terlaksana dengan sangat baik. Tujuan dari seminar ini adalah sebagai ajang dari silaturahim dari beberapa peneliti, terutama peneliti tentang teknologi hasil hutan. Nah, di samping itu adalah ajang untuk mempublikasikan hasil karya, inovasi, dan teknologi dari beberapa peneliti pada level nasional maupun internasional. Yang kedua, harapan dari seminar ini adalah bisa menjadi diadopsi oleh beberapa perusahaan, terutama kaitannya dengan hasil-hasil riset bidang inovasi dan teknologi dari berbagai peneliti dari berbagai negara. Seminar Mapeki ini dan IWoRS ini bekerja sama dengan Universitas Mataram. Nah, kebetulan kami dari program studi kehutanan dan jurusan kehutanan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Mataram ditunjuk sebagai tuan rumah untuk penyelenggaraan seminar ini. Nah, selain itu juga saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada beberapa sponsor yang telah mendukung secara finansial untuk keberhasilan dalam seminar ini. Tak lupa juga saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada beberapa panitia yang telah bekerja keras siang dan malam dalam mensukseskan kegiatan seminar ini.
Puji syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena kami dapat melaksanakan kegiatan seminar nasional Mapeki yang ke-21 dengan baik dan lancar. Kami melaporkan bahwa yang peserta yang mengikuti dan berpartisipasi di dalam seminar nasional ini hampir diikuti oleh 200 peserta. Pemakalah, jumlah pemakalah dan paper yang akan dipublish di jurnal Mitra Sinta 2 itu berjumlah 29 paper.
Ya, baik. Itu tadi merupakan persembahan dari kami, Panitia International Symposium IWoRS 2021. Dan selanjutnya kami persilahkan mungkin kepada Bapak Ibu peserta untuk memberikan pesan dan kesan sebelum kita menutup acara kita pada hari ini. Oke, panggil. Nggak ada namanya.
Boleh komen nggak?
Oke, silakan.
Aduh, saya senang baju oblong yang dipakai oleh panitia di video tadi. Saya nggak dibuat untuk kita lebih bayar. Itu aja.
Ongkir ditanggung, Pak.
Tapi keren kaosnya, Mbak.
Ya, untuk Pak Imam, kami persilakan memberikan pesan dan kesan mungkin kepada kita para panitia untuk acara kita hari ini. Silakan, Pak.
Waduh, kayaknya mungkin lebih pantas banyak yang lain ya. Oke deh, saya pribadi karena kebetulan ikut waktu sampai gladi bersih ya. Saya lihat pelaksanaannya dengan gladi bersihnya itu betul-betul hebat deh ya. Jadi saya acungkan jempol nih ya. Panitia, saya lihat malam itu Pak Dekannya juga hadir ya. Lalu yang dosen-dosen senior juga hadir begitu. Intinya saya senang ya IWoRS dan Mapeki-nya ini sudah berjalan lancar. Mungkin demikian Pak, mudah-mudahan akan datang juga akan lebih baik lagi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ada lagi?
Ini saya menambahkan sedikit, maaf.
Silakan Pak Tommy.
Ya, saya ucapkan selamat ini kepada seluruh panitia yang telah yakin bersusah payah ini dari tahun lalu ketika ditunjuk begitu ya. Rasanya deg-degan mau online atau daring atau mau blended atau ini kan pilihan-pilihan yang sangat susah, yang susah ditebak begitu. Nanti kalau selesai pandemi bagaimana, atau kalau pandeminya masih jauh bagaimana, dan waktu cepat berlalu dan harus berjalan. Saya yakin ini banyak yang kurang tidur, ini banyak yang harus malam-malam berkoordinasi, dan kami juga selaku pengurus mengucapkan selamat dan apresiasi yang cukup tinggi ini kepada panitia, dan saya yakin ini sebuah sukses yang besar ya, karena di tengah kondisi pandemik yang cukup menyulitkan kita semua, moga-moga semuanya nanti diganti dengan ilmu yang barokah dan pahala-pahala yang tidak terputus. Sekali lagi selamat kepada seluruh panitia dan juga seluruh partisipan menjadikan acara Mapeki dan IWoRS ini menjadi sesuatu yang selalu menarik di setiap tahunnya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, kami persilakan kepada Prof. Yusuf. Mungkin memiliki niat untuk memberikan pesan dan kesan untuk acara kita pada hari ini. Halo, Prof.
Baik.
Yusuf.
Ya, terima kasih panitia. Saya sangat salut pada panitia ya yang kerja keras dan very good result ya, artinya bukan main, very perfect ya dalam pelaksanaannya. Jadi saya sangat salut. Ini berbeda dengan 20 tahun yang lalu ya. 20 tahun lalu nyari orang kehutanan di sana nggak ada gitu ya. Ternyata baru tahu saya sekarang banyak juga dah yang hebat-hebat ini. Ya, alhamdulillah ya. Jadi teruskan semangat ya, dan karena Anda yang sebagai ada di UNRAM ya, sebagai akademisi, maka jangan lupa Anda sekalian suka meningkatkan wibawa akademiknya ya. Tolong ini juga untuk yang muda-muda, yang belum doktor segera doktor, yang sudah doktor segera profesor ya. Buat Bu Andi ya, Andi Tri ya. Nah, jadi artinya buat semua aja ya, artinya saya cuma lihatnya Bu Andi aja dekat saya ini ada fotonya ya. Jadi buat semua harus semangat ya kalian, dan betul saya bukan bohong ya, dari hati yang dalam kaget juga, ternyata hebat-hebat gitu, banyak gitu orangnya ya, dan menakjubkan jujur ya, sangat baik. Jadi selamat semuanya, dan tentunya sekarang tinggal capeknya ya. Tapi ya jujur aja semua puas. Ya, semua puas. Jadi artinya walaupun dengan daring ya, alhamdulillah saya terus dari kemarin sampai sekarang ya, walaupun on off ada perlu, tapi bukan main, saya dengar terus ya, dari alhamdulillah semua very good ya, very good job ya, perfect, dan selamat sekali lagi, dan terima kasih atas perjuangan Anda semua ya. Itu aja dari saya, dan semangat ini jangan sekarang kalau sudah tinggal ada simposium ya, tenaganya pindahkan ke akademik biar Anda semua bisa cepat lah ya. Jadi tolong itu Bu Andi ya, Bu Andi Antri ya, dan sebagainya yang semuanya gitu ya. Jadi semangat terus ya. Itu aja dari saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof. Yusuf atas saran dan pesannya. Selanjutnya kami meminta mungkin Ibu Mesalina, ini request langsung dari Bapak Ibu dosen kita dari Prodi Kehutanan. Silakan Ibu.
Iya, terima kasih Pak. Saya Mesalina, mohon maaf tiba-tiba diminta, saya kaget. Ya, saya justru saya juga mau bersharing aja buat Bapak Ibu. Saya bangga bisa menjadi bagian dari Mapeki. Saya bidang sosial, tapi saya sangat tertarik sekali dengan bergabung di Mapeki karena saya juga banyak belajar dari Bapak Ibu. Dan untuk kesempatan kali ini saya mengucapkan terima kasih untuk panitia Mapeki dan IWoRS yang luar biasa dari UNRAM yang sudah boleh melakukan kegiatannya dengan sangat baik. Biarlah sharing ilmu yang boleh kami lakukan itu benar-benar menjadi bermanfaat, saling melengkapi kami, menambah wawasan, dan terima kasih untuk semua jerih payah yang sudah boleh dilakukan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Terima kasih Bu Mesalina.
Dari
atas
mana ini Ibu
saran dan
ini? Saya nggak
kesan
tahu soalnya. Kak, dari mana Ibu ini? Saya nggak tahu itu. Kenalan dulu atau Bu, kan nggak tahu
Salam
saya.
kenal Pak.
Ya.
Saya Mesalina. Saya sekarang lagi mahasiswa pasca sarjana di IPB Pak.
Oke.
Dan kemudian
Halo Pak.
saya dulunya dari Universitas Patimura Ambon Pak. Namun
Siap.
sekarang pindah ke Universitas Nusa Bangsa Bogor karena mengikuti suami gitu Pak. Salam kenal Pak.
Salam kenal ya. Saya juga baru masuk IPB Bu ya.
Baik
Ya.
Pak.
Terima kasih. Ya.
Sama-sama Pak.
Ya.
Oke, baik. Selanjutnya mungkin kami persilakan Ibu Sahrianti Saat. Request langsung dari Ibu Tri. Kami persilakan Ibu untuk memberikan mungkin salam bagi kita dan memberikan pesan atau kesan.
Waduh. Waduh, ini request nih dari Tri. Baik, terima kasih kesempatannya. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan selamat kepada semua panitia lokal, panitia pusat Mapeki ya, dan IWoRS sudah 2 hari berjibaku mempersiapkan, maunya peserta mungkin banyak ya, sampai dibuatkan khusus extended registration, luar biasa ini panitia mengakomodir. Sayangnya kita tidak bisa jalan-jalan di Lombok yang cantik itu, kita hanya menikmati lewat video. Mudah-mudahan kita semua sehat, bisa jalan-jalan lagi di next Mapeki atau IWoRS. Salam hangat buat para senior, guru-guru saya yang kelihatan wajahnya Masya Allah senyum-senyum semua. Meskipun di layar hanya bisa menatap, tapi kok bahagia ya, Masya Allah. Ada Pak Fauzi, Prof Fauzi, Masya Allah, Prof Fauzi santai banget. Ada Prof Yusuf, ngawal-ngawal junior, ini semangat menelitinya luar biasa. Ada Ibu Rati, yang cantik, ada Bu Sona yang pokoknya semangat di grup dan di chat box, ada Prof Imam, Masya Allah, ada Prof Rizal juga kelihatan. Masya Allah, terima kasih kesempatannya untuk bergabung. Ada Tri spesial, terima kasih buat Tri yang jadi sibuk banget ngurusin kita. Ada Prof Wahyu, waduh Masya Allah, sehat Prof. Pak Nares, Masya Allah. Kalau biasanya ketemu nyanyi-nyanyi ya setelah IWoRS ini, malamnya udah keliling-keliling. Sekarang tinggal nyapa-nyapa dulu. Semoga corona cepat berlalu. Saya kira begitu saya. Terima kasih. Salam dari Makassar untuk semuanya.
Terima kasih Ibu Sahrianti. Selanjutnya mungkin ini yang terakhir ya. Oke. Oh ya. Oke, mungkin kami persilakan Ibu Tri. Kami persilakan dulu mungkin untuk Bapak Krisdianto bersedia untuk memberikan saran, kesan, atau mau say hello pada kita, para panitia yang ada di sini.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya masih merekap suara ini, jadi lucu juga suara-suara pemilihan untuk Ketua Mapeki. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua. Saya ucapkan sekali lagi terima kasih sama dengan teman-teman yang lain. Saya apresiasi perjalanan teman-teman, Pak Hairil Anwar dan juga teman-teman dari awal. Tadi disampaikan Mas Tommy, kita rapat udah lama dan juga up and down, apakah ini jadi virtual atau faktual. Dan hasilnya sangat bagus, terutama pemilihan keynote speech-nya tadi juga pas dan juga memberikan kita pencerahan. Dan juga hormat kepada para senior yang dengan setia mengawal Mapeki ini sampai dengan saat ini, Prof Yusuf terutama yang sangat bersemangat. Prof Yusuf ini masih muda, 17 tahun, semangatnya itu yang perlu kita tiru ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi beliau tadi baru masuk IPB katanya, itu harus kita apresiasi bahwa yang penting adalah semangatnya. Umur boleh tua, tetapi semangat harus tetap muda. Begitu. Dan juga nanti sekali lagi terima kasih. Dan kalau misalnya ke Bogor, silahkan mampir ke tempat kami. Semoga tahun depan kita sudah bisa bertemu secara faktual. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terakhir kami persilakan mungkin Ibu Tri memberikan mungkin bercerita sedikit mengenai kegiatan kita hari ini atau kegiatan kita sebelumnya dari persiapan hingga pelaksanaan, dan hari ini telah selesai dilaksanakan dengan alhamdulillah dengan lancar. Silakan Ibu Tri.
Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin di sini masih banyak sekali yang belum mengenal saya. Saya Andi Tri Lestari, biasa dipanggil Tri, di Unhas saya dipanggil Eto. Saya join Mapeki sejak 2012, dan itu kepanitiaan terakhir saya sebelum saya melanjutkan studi ke IPB. Saya tahu dari awal kami ditunjuk menjadi panitia, waktu saya ditanya secara pribadi, saya bilang kami mungkin bisa menjadi panitia beberapa tahun kemudian, tapi tidak tahun ini karena saya sangat menyadari SDM kami di sini sangat kurang. Tapi alhamdulillah dengan bantuan Bapak Ibu dosen saya, dari yang akrab sampai yang tidak mengenal saya, semuanya alhamdulillah sangat mendukung sehingga kegiatan ini dapat terlaksana dengan baik. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Terima kasih Ibu Tri, beri tepuk tangan dong untuk kita semua pada hari ini. Kerja keras dan dedikasi sehingga acara kita kali ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Berkali-kali kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua yang telah hadir, yang telah berpartisipasi dan masih stay bersama kita hingga sore ini. Selanjutnya permintaan terakhir dari kami, dari panitia, yaitu Bapak Ibu untuk mengaktifkan ya kamera Zoom-nya, karena kita akan melakukan sesi foto yang terakhir kalinya. Dan kali ini mohon Bapak Ibu yang masih bergabung bersama kami memberikan pose terbaiknya, pose terlucu, pose tergokil, silahkan. Dan operator kami akan memulai menjepret, mengambil foto kita semuanya. Baik, Bapak Ibu siap? Saya hitung mundur. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi. 3, 2, 1. Oke, terima kasih banyak kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya dan seluruh panitia yang telah bekerja keras demi terselenggaranya acara kita kali ini. Dan sesi foto tadi mengakhiri perjumpaan kita, dan semoga kita dapat bertemu lagi pada International Symposium IWoRS yang ke-14. Insya Allah bisa di Lombok lagi mungkin ya, atau mungkin di tempat lain, dan dapat terselenggara dengan lebih baik. Terima kasih, saya harus Dibas dan Ilham undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk meneruskan aktivitasnya kembali.
Baik Bapak Ibu, kita langsung saja ya. Mungkin Prof. Fauzi.
Boleh.
Baik, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.